I'm not even kidding when I say this, but this is without a single doubt the most information in a single video on YouTube on how to start and scale an AI agency in 2026. Doesn't matter if you make 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month, you will still find value on how to get to your next level, okay? And what I mean by this, I've spent the past 2 weeks building out all of this. It goes over literally everything you need to know on how to scale, right? There's 2 sections. First of all, how to be signing on clients and how to deliver an AI service that is gonna make your clients keep paying you forever, right? Literally everything. How to source leads, how to find team members, how to outreach to them, how to automate that outreach, how to close clients on autopilot, campaign structure, lead nurturing, literally everything you can think about is covered here, okay? So make sure to stick around. Now, it all starts here. Last July, I decided to restart my agency because I felt kind of stagnant, you know? This was in July, I was here in Italy, right? And after having made hundreds of thousands online and pulling in decent money every single month, anywhere from 50 to 60K, which was mostly from recurring clients I kind of signed a couple months ago, I kind of felt stagnant. Now, in business, it doesn't really matter if you're making 10K per month or $1 million a month. If you're stagnant and things are not growing, then you're kind of dying, right? It's like a plant. If it's not growing, it's typically dying. Now, I decided to set myself a challenge, scrap everything, start from the ground up, new niche, new name, new everything, new business pretty much. And I realized sometimes you need to take 2 steps back to take 5 steps forward, okay? Now, my goal with this new agency was to make 100K in 30 days, which is fairly ambitious. And I documented everything on a video actually. So if you want to check this out on how I kind of like ended up hitting 50K with my first agency, with this agency in the first month, then go ahead and check this out, right? 51K to be exact, you know? There's some proof here. And last month, that agency I started in August or July made me close to 100K, okay, 95K to be exact. Now, obviously, not all of this is profit, so I took home about 81K personal profit after expenses and stuff. But making 51K that first month really kind of triggered something inside of me. It made me realize that anybody can really do this, but the reason why most people don't is because they lack information. It's not about, like, there's no difference between me and you and the guys at the top. It is simply just knowledge and knowing what to work on and what to do, right? And this is the exact reason why I'm making this video. So this video is gonna literally print you money and make you a lot of money if, one, you're an existing agency owner stuck at a certain revenue mark, or if you're a total beginner that is just getting started, perhaps doesn't even know how this business model works, okay? Now, whether you just can't get past 10K a month, or your clients keep churning, or you just don't know what to do, this is for you, okay? As I said earlier, I spent literally 2 weeks building out this, and I'm convinced that this is the most in-depth video on YouTube that goes over how to do all this stuff, okay? So make sure to stick around. And by the way, if you can sit down and at least watch, like, let's say an hour of this video, then please just click off, because this is not gonna work for you, right? If you get to focus on a video that is gonna literally make you money if you implement what is taught, then it's just, you might as well just click off at this point, okay? And I'm posting this for completely free because when you use this stuff to make 10 or 20K per month, you'll come to me to get to 50K a month and beyond. Now, truth be told, I don't really care if you buy from me or not, unlike most sort of agency experts. My goal of this video is just to solve all your problems. Just being honest here, okay? Because I know there's so much BS out there. You have my guarantee that if you watch this, you will have what it takes to make money, okay? Now, quick intro to myself and who I am so you know that I'm qualified to be making this video. So I partner with local businesses and manage their entire digital marketing from A to Z. Typically, I work with local businesses like contracting businesses, home improvement, etc., also known as AI agency, LAS agency, or just SMA, or freelance brand scaling as well. It's pretty much all a very similar thing. Now, this is me actually back in 2023. I've been running various different agencies since 2022, and this was one of my first clients. This was my 3rd client ever that I ended up selling in person, January 27, 2023. And this is really a long time ago. And I also went from 3K to my name to making 32K per month in literally 30 days at 19. This is back in 2024. September, I was dead broke, just came back from a trip, and then literally a month later, pretty much to the day, I ended up making 32K in a month, and I booked a one-way trip to Dubai. And then I'm closing deals this is in Dubai Mall, for example, and just making a lot of money, right? Now, fast forward to now, I have 2 high-rises apartments in the best cities on earth. I'm only 20 years old, in Miami as well as Dubai. Miami is also, I like to be there, but I just relocated to Dubai. By the way, full flex incoming. I know this is going to be pretty shallow, but this is really what society values. I've driven basically every supercar out there, and I'm planning to buy my first one next quarter in cash. I can travel to any city and place in the world I want to, already have Cape Town, Greece, Italy, many more, obviously Dubai and Miami as well. I'm invested into watches and I will buy an AP skeleton this year. I can basically do whatever I want with whoever I want, whenever I want. I am free, okay? And if you ever see someone LARP this balcony or this crib, just know that is my high-rise in Miami that I'm paying well over 5 figures a month for, okay? This is Neil, he's my plug for watches, more obviously shallow flex, and the client retreat I hosted with a couple of my students in Greece. This was last summer. Now, this entire process in video is broken down into 2 parts, all right? Acquiring clients and how to deliver a service that you're going to be selling these clients on, right? And this is not one of these videos where I'm just going to be compiling a bunch of my old videos together that are available on YouTube for free. This is all brand new, fresh information I've never, ever shared before. So take it, take a piece of paper and a pen and just take some notes, okay? And I split up each section in the video so it's easy to follow. I don't recommend to skip over any because I kind of drop sauce in every single one of them, but if you feel like you already know the things in there, feel free to choose, whichever parts you want to watch. Foundations, okay? Let's get into it. So, as I said, this is a no BS guide. I'm not going to be talking about how to choose your agency name or how to, how to build a website. If you're here for that stuff, then this is not the place. I'm going to be teaching you how to make cold hard cash within the next 7 days, okay? So if that's you, keep watching, okay? If you're trying to build a website and stuff, this is not the place. Now, genuinely, there's 2 types of agencies you can run, okay? There's the boutique agency, and then there's the full service agency. Now, both models work, all right? I'm not saying one of the other is better, but they're a bit more easier at certain stages of your career, okay? So a boutique agency is sort of like, they only work with a couple of clients, their clientele is not that high, right? But they work with a lot of, they have a very high customer lifetime value, right? Really works in any niche, as I said, 5 to 20 clients tops. Custom process every single time whenever you onboard a client. High earning potential, social proof needed. Difficulty score 9 out of 10. Full service agency, large clientele, mid-ticket offer, big niche, repeatable process, high earning potential as well. No social proof needed, difficulty score 3 out of 10. Okay? And take these people here, right? You might recognize some of these faces here. All of them ran a full service agency at some point. Think, Gary Vee, VaynerMedia, Hermosi, Gym Launch. Ty Lopez had his own agency. And Eman, obviously everybody knows him. He had his own, I think it was called IAG Media, I think. So the main thing here is don't overcomplicate it. These guys have done it. Just don't try to reinvent the wheel. Do what works, okay? So when starting out and fast progress is important to you, pick the full service agency model. My personal recommendation here, okay? Now, picking a niche. So niching down is a must do. Without niching down, you cannot really build a consistent brand and nobody will resonate with you. Here's the thing. If you try to resonate with everybody, you will resonate with nobody because, think about it this way, any product that is trying to market to the masses, it is misunderstood by everybody, right? Again, don't overthink this part either. Just pick a niche and stick with it. You really can't go wrong with this. Now, when you're picking niche, there's 3 main things you want to be looking out for, okay? First of all, it has to be a growing industry. It doesn't matter if you're going to be reaching out to prospects who are struggling for money, right? For example, a very good example for a dying niche is the newspaper industry. I think the newspaper industry is shrinking by 50% every year, 30 to 50% or something. So it's not going to be around much longer in a couple of years. It has to be easily accessible, so you can't be working with super, super small niches. For example, if you want to be working with, let's say, dental practices who only work with billionaires, random example. There's only 3,000 billionaires on Earth. In the United States, I think there's maybe 1,000 or something. Not a big niche, right? So it has to be accessible, right? And you have to be able to kind of find the owner's numbers pretty fairly easy on Google Maps, for example, right? And big overall is what I just said. You want to be working with niches that are fairly big, that there are a lot of prospects in, right? Now here's a list of niches you can work with. All these work. It's on to you to make them work. And all these ones fall into these 3 criteria here. Pool builders, custom home builders, roofing contractors, remodeling contractors, pest control, general contractors, decking contractors, land clearing, tree service, HVAC, solar. All these work, okay? Now, one thing all these have in common, aside just them kind of being in home improvement, is they have a decently high AOV. AOV stands for average order value, right? A contractor needs to only sell a couple of jobs each month to make a living. While, for example, an e-commerce store, which is usually lower ticket, needs to make hundreds, if not thousands, of sales each month to really, keep the lights on, right? So, for example, like a pool job could be worth upwards of 70,000, which is quite a lot, So, if you bring your clients and say 5 of those jobs a month, they're already making like whatever that is, a lot of money, 300K or something, So now picking the right niche is where most people waste weeks, okay? Pick one and roll with it, okay? We're all about speed here. Again, this is the same thing with spending 2 weeks building a website. This is one thing that most agency owners do. They start an agency and they spend the next week designing a website when that doesn't really matter. You should be trying to get money and cash into the door first day, okay? Pick your niche, good. Now let's talk about offers. So what do we sell to this niche? So chances are you might know what this is, or you maybe seen that before. So this is Hormozi's value equation. Pretty much what it states is value is created when, this is in your prospect's mind by the way, when they feel like they can achieve their dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay times effort and sacrifice, okay? And I'm gonna break down how to kind of use this equation on how to like make an offer that is irresistible and that is gonna make them want to always say yes to you. Now, your offer should be so good and so tempting that someone would feel stupid to decline it, right? Seems difficult to do? Not really, because this doesn't mean you should be working for free either, right? If I tell you, oh, it has to be so good someone would feel stupid to decline it, it's like naturally you think, oh, free work, right? But no, let me kind of show you how to actually charge while making them feel like they're getting a lot of value for their money, right? Because it all comes down to positioning at the end of the day, right? If your prospect feels as if the value that they're getting exceeds the money that they're investing in you and your company, you achieved value, right? Now, most agency experts out here will tell you to sell a 3K a month package or a retainer, whatever you want to call it, right away, but they forgot something really important. Your prospects are not stupid, right? Who, genuinely, answer this question, right? Who in their right mind will pay you 3K per month as a beginner without any case studies to show for it, without any proof of concept or any social proof? Who? No one, obviously, right? No one will do this. The truth is, retainers and PIFs are a privilege, and you earn that privilege by providing value and proving your worth to the market, okay? Now, what's the easiest way to prove your worth? A lower risk model on the prospect side with major upside on your side if it ends up working out, okay? So I have a couple of offer models you can use right here, right? Feel free to just use them. First one, pay per show. So this means whenever you book your client an appointment that ends up showing up and they get to pitch the client on their services, that's when you charge them, right? So the way this could work is a setup fee. I like to frame it as a commitment fee. 500 to 2K upfront, let's say 100 to 300 per shown up appointment as an example. If you're starting out, maybe do a bit lower, right? Pay per lead, similar. Whenever you get them a lead, that's when you charge them. Small upfront fee, 50 to 150 per lead generated. Now, genuinely, you want to be helping the client as much as possible. So if you can, if you charge them per lead or if you charge them pay per show, you can charge them way more here because you're kind of just doing more steps. Instead of just getting them leads, you're booking the appointments, you're making sure that they're going to be showing up. You provide more value, that's why you can charge more, right? Now, obviously with this one, you want to keep their code on file so they can't scam you, obviously. Pay per appointment, very similar, same thing, 50 to 200 per appointment, and then obviously card on file. And you can obviously charge a bit more than pay per lead because you're solving more problems, right? Revenue share, my personal favorites, by the way, 500 to 2K upfront, 2.5 to 10% of all jobs generated, all right? So the reason why this is so powerful is because it is really good for both sides. Your client feels as if they're not committing too much money up front, and they feel like they're paying you less, but in the long run, they're actually paying you more because let's say you bring them, 100 grand a month in jobs, and let's say you get 5%, that's 5K a month. That is a lot for a retainer. That's quite a bit, So they're paying you actually more in the long run, but it's less upfront, and it seems like as if it's less, right? Now, if I were to restart this, I would go with this model right here, revenue share, right? This is the easiest to sell by far, the most money to be made, and everyone ends up being happy, right? Now, once you have your offer chosen, you need to get super clear on the messaging, okay? You want to really know what to convey in your messaging. You have to really get hyper clear on this stuff, right? What I mean by hyper clear is get obsessed, okay? You have to learn the ins and outs of your chosen niche as if your life depends on it, right? Now, the reason why most agency owners fail is because they don't suck at closing, but they just don't know what they're selling. So they're selling like ads, like Facebook ads, but it's like nobody wants to buy Facebook ads. Someone wants to buy the transformation. They want to buy more business. They want to buy a full schedule. They want to buy more jobs on their calendar. That's what they want. Nobody wants to buy Facebook ads, right? So understand this. Let's talk about case study. So I want to prove to you that this stuff actually works, and like the stuff that I'm going to be teaching you today is genuinely going to allow you to do the same thing. So I have one of my clients that I ended up making 4.5 million for so far, and we're still going up. So this is one of my guys I've been working with now for about 1.5 years. This guy's been making so much money. Like I'm charging him, compared to what I'm charging him, this guy is getting a fucking steal. So this is a screenshot right here. I've gotten 2,900 leads so far, roughly $11.91 per lead. Ended up booking him 1,300 appointments. It says 843, but those were self-schedules. I ended up booking way more as well. What I was gonna say is some of the appointments I've booked him ended up being through a call center or an AI agent, whatever you want to call it. He ended up closing 300 projects so far, and that translates to 4.5 million in revenue generated, and pretty much a 130x ROAS, which is pretty good in my opinion, okay? Now, this is his pipeline, for example, and again, please take this information with a grain of salt, right? These results by all means are not normal and are pretty extreme, and I was only able to achieve this because I was testing so much to a point where there was nothing left to test, right? At this point in my lifespan of being an agency owner, I probably spent tens of thousands on ads that didn't work to find what works, right? And I share that exclusive knowledge with my private mentees, okay? No plug intended. But let's talk about sourcing leads and how to actually find leads to reach out to for your agency, okay? So what I did here is I pretty much ranked the top 4 platforms, that's 5, but it's 4, on how well they're for lead sourcing, right? So C tier, I had lead databases, things like Apollo, D7 Lead Finder, etc., etc. B tier, Yellow Pages. A tier, bbb.org. S tier, Google Maps. Okay. Now to preface this, all these platforms work, right? Now, some might be more effective than others, but at the end of the day, they kind of all do the same thing, but some might be a bit faster to do or might be a bit more efficient, etc., right? Lead databases. So not a fan personally, that's why I put it into C tier, okay? So the thing is with lead databases, like most of the time, they're kind of saturated, the leads are outdated, like, and they're reached out to literally everybody. So you're gonna be reaching out to the exact same leads as hundreds of other agency owners. So I'm not the biggest fan, right? But tools like Apollo and D7 Lead Finder seem great on the outside. There's even more, there's I think Lucia, there's so many different ones. But you have to realize that the lead numbers are limited and records are often inaccurate or outdated. Now, what I did here is I went to Claude and I asked it, how many construction companies are in the US? And then ended up saying 3.9 million, all right? Now, then I went to Apollo and I searched for, construction services in the United States. It ended up giving me about 26,000 leads. That is less than 2% of this number. So really terrible in my opinion, right? And realize these aren't just like leads that are unique. I mean, these leads, well, they are unique, but you have to imagine everybody's reaching out to these leads. So like they're kind of so saturated leads that they're not going to reply to you ever. There's no point in that, right? And yeah, as I just said, trash in my opinion. Yellow Pages, pretty easy to find leads. I put it in B tier, I believe. B tier. So business directories are a great place to source leads from, as real businesses listed themselves there, meaning the records will likely be accurate, okay? Now, in order to scrape these leads, right, you can use tools like Instant Data Scraper to automate the scraping. And I'm gonna show you in a second how to actually do that in action. Now, way less saturated leads, and the only downside is that you might be dealing with older prospects, because think about it this way, the type of prospects who list themselves on Yellow Pages over Google Maps, for example, are typically going to be a bit older, right? So they're not going to be as tech savvy. Next one, bbb.org, high quality leads, A tier, okay? Now, this is the final boss of lead farming for local businesses, okay? And the reason being is very big database, and you get owner names, which I'll show you in a second. So what I did for an example here, I searched up construction near Miami, Florida, and I got about 1,400 results, right? I'll be honest, this is amongst my top 3 business directories for sourcing leads, okay? So when you click on a listing, right, this is what it pulls up. So principal context, this is the owner here, Pavel Milo, I guess. Gives you a bunch of info about the company, their Instagram, like when they started out, their phone number, etc., you know? The only downside with this is you can't automate the scraping. Okay, so you're gonna have to get a VA to do it for you, which kind of sucks, but if that means that you get owner names, it is worth it in my opinion. Okay, so not entirely free. Google Maps, high quality leads, S tier, okay? By far the best way to get a ton of leads with minimal effort in a short period of time, okay? Think about it this way, 95% of all local businesses in the US have a GMB profile. And the reason being is, think about it this way, most of these local businesses rely on word of mouth and people finding them organically, so it makes sense for them to list themselves on Google for other people to find them, right? Now, in order to scrape the GM leads, Google Maps leads, here's the best tools to use and key points about them. Bolt Scraper. It's fairly cheap, okay? It is not the worst, right? But it takes quite a bit of time and your laptop is gonna overheat. I'm recording this right now, and when I touch my laptop, it is really overheating as well because OBS is taking up a lot of RAM, but it's gonna make your stuff overheat pretty fast. It takes quite a bit of time. It is automated though, so you don't have to really do anything there, and it might give you some duplicates here and there. Instant Data Scraper, and by the way, sorry, I was gonna say, this costs $27 for 500,000 leads. Pretty good in my opinion. Instant Data Scraper, free, manual, listed to no duplicates. In my opinion, if you're starting out and budget is limited, this is it. Now, to make your outreach more effective, I only reach out to mobile numbers. And to do that, you can use Clear Out Phone. Personally, I'm a lazy individual myself, so I'm gonna do anything to save myself time and in my case, smarter work over hard work. Because the cool thing here with that is when you're reaching out to only mobile numbers, like you will be only reaching out to the owners directly. So unless you want to call up a ton of landlines and be like talk with gatekeepers and kind of like finesse your way through to the owner, I like to skip all of that and just talk to the owners directly by just calling up their mobile phone number, right? That's just me, right? So you can use Clear Out Phone to do that. It is fairly cheap as well. Now, as I said earlier, all lead sourcing platforms work, and at the end of the day, pick one and run with it. Now, pair that with the niche you picked and your outreach will have mass effectiveness if you do the Clear Out Phone method. Now here's how to actually do this. So I'm going to show you how to scrape a ton of leads in minutes with Instant Data Scraper. So to do that, let's go ahead and go to maps.google.com and I'll show you how this works. So let's say we search for construction in Miami, whatever, as I just said with BBB, you know? So I don't know why I did this, but let's zoom in here. Let me close this. And you'll see it's gonna, obviously the normal Google Maps thing is gonna pop up, right? And all these red ones are, you know, construction companies. Now, what you have to do is you have to go to Google Chrome Web Store and search for Instant Data Scraper, right? I already have installed, so I'm just gonna open it up. It's this right here. And so this is what it looks like. Now, what you're gonna have to do first is you're gonna have to select this table here. And the way you do that is by saying try another table. So till it pops up yellow, as we see right here. Now it's yellow, now it's selected. Now, infinite scroll has to be enabled. And then I say start crawling. Boom. And as you see now, it's gonna start collecting them. Now you might want to play around with the delay because if you scrape too fast, then you might get duplicates and stuff. So if you want to add a 5-second delay, for example, or like a 3-second delay, that's better. But as you see right here, it's gonna start scraping leads fairly fast. Okay. So it's been like 20 seconds and I already got 50 leads, 56, you know, 62. So you get the point. I'm gonna stop this now, but if I click CSV, it's gonna save this whole thing to my computer. So if you open this up, you'll see it has everything here. Excuse me. So name, address, the most important thing is the phone number, obviously, as it is right here. So this is how it works, right? Fairly good in my opinion. Let's go back here. So this is how you source the leads, right? And then you just kind of like organize them nice and well in the Google Sheet, for example, if you want to do that, and then you're good to go. Now, let's talk about outreach, okay? This is where the fun begins, okay? Because sourcing leads is good, but we need to do something with those leads, right? So what we do with them is my Trojan horse strategy. And the reason it's called Trojan horse is because of this. So if you don't know what this is, in ancient times, what they used to do, I think the Romans, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the Romans gifted another nation like a horse like this, you know, like a Trojan horse as a gift for, I think, winning a war or something, right? And what ended up happening is they snuck the horse into the village, and there were soldiers inside of it, right? So the nation that got it gifted was like, oh yeah, thanks so much, whatever. And then at night they snuck out and they just raided the whole village and they killed everybody, right? That's the thing here. Now we're not killing the prospect, but the Trojan horse metaphor here is we're kind of like, we're presenting something to them that is not what it actually is. It's disguise. That's what the name of the game. So I call it the disguised cold call, right? And if I keep checking OBS, I'm just trying to make sure that my face cam is on at full and I'm actually sharing my screen, right? So, sorry. But the main thing here is you want to pretend like you're just a business owner that is willing to network or wants to network and form partnerships with other business owners, okay? Main tenets here is do not directly sell something, be smooth, be confident, find an actual need, all right? Bait and switch. Transition the call in a smooth manner kind of goes hand in hand with the pitch. And by the way, by the time I'm done with laying out this, I'm gonna play one of my own recordings of me putting this in practice, okay? So stick around to that in like a couple of minutes, all right? Pitch number 1. Now, you need to communicate 3 main things. What you do, how you're different, and why it matters, okay? Now, the thing is, I'm not a big fan of scripts myself because scripts make you sound a bit, how do I say this, like robotic and just unnatural, right? So never read off a script. Like you want to have a script, internalize it, learn it, and then kind of have it in your head and then just speak it, right? Now it's very important how you frame this. So please find your own unique approach. I'm going to be giving you some examples here, but again, like this works for me the way I speak. It might not work for you, okay? I'm going to be giving you all the scripts. I'm going to be literally giving you the best training on earth, but please, at the end of the day, you have to kind of take into account that everybody's going to be watching this video is going to go ahead and just copy and paste it. And if everybody does that, it's not going to work anymore, right? So please take the stuff that I'm teaching and find your own unique approach, okay? So what, all right? The what section. So what means what you do, what it is, describe the product. Unlike most of these marketing companies, we actually provide quality leads. This is what it is. How it's different, okay? We have a qualification process that pre-vets all these leads for you. How it's different, right? Why it matters. So you end up only dealing with highly qualified leads that are ready to purchase. And then we transition. So if you want to put this in practice, this is how it's going to work. So, okay, Mr. Prospect, so unlike most of these companies who are just going to be selling you the same leads as 20 other companies and are just going to be wasting your time, we have a qualification process that pre-vets all of these leads for you, which means you will be only dealing with highly pre-vetted leads who are in your service area, who need a project done, and who are ready to go, right? None of this BS, we're going to be dealing with a ton of like leads that aren't qualified. That's it, right? So this is how it kind of work in practice. And then you transition, and then you bring it back here to the mini intro and qualification. Now, this is, here we want to use reverse psychology, right? And this is something I've never ever heard someone talk about, right? But what we want to do here is you want to have the prospect sell themselves to you. And that is my whole philosophy of sales is I will never make statements, or very rarely. Obviously, I did a statement here before in the sales call, obviously. I'm going to make a statement like this. I'm going to be telling, hey, this is how it's different and this is how it works, whatever. But I'm rarely going to make statements and be like, hey, we are better. Like, this is better. You need this. I'm never going to be making statements like this because that's not how sales works. It might have worked 20 years ago, but nowadays in sales, people have their guard up way more. And you want to have people like answer their own questions. Sorry, you want to have people want to work with you because you are asking them smart questions, not because you told them so. Does that make sense? I'll explain how that works in a second. But yeah, the way we do that is by strategic questions, right? First of all, questions that qualify the prospect to create a gap, have them sell themselves to you and build rapport, right? Now, qualifying the prospect, you do that by exploring their current situation. So how much revenue are you doing? How many projects do you run per week? Is that normal for you? Like what's your average volume, etc., etc. Where they want to be, create the gap. So you have where they are right now. Where do you want to be? I want to do double. Okay, so you're missing out on half of your business right now because you want to do double. Got it. Okay, cool. why they haven't achieved their goals yet. Okay, so you're like, okay, so like, why haven't you done this yet? Or why haven't you achieved your goals yet? Oh, because I have not found the right person yet. You know what that hints at? It's like I'm trying to find someone, right, that is willing to do this. I just haven't found them. So like they're actively looking to buy something in the market, but you have to pretty much show them that you're the right fit for them. And I'll show to you how to do that in a second. Build a rapport, go with the flow. So there's no real framework for this. I kind of just like go with the flow. I might just like start talking about other things like within their business, like what have you tried in the past? What are you thinking of trying? Couple of things that kind of just make them trust me and position me as an expert. And sometimes I might just like rant about different companies that typically fuck my clients over. I'm not gonna say any names right now, but you get the point. I'll just go with the flow. Okay. Now pitch number 2. Okay. So the way I pitch is very different from like the way most people pitch. Is I prefer leveraged pitches over hopeful pitches. And what this means is I'm gonna be custom tailoring my pitch to their needs. So while most people have a one-size-fits-all pitch that is like, hey, this is what we do, this is this, and they're not gonna adjust it at all, I'm gonna do the exact opposite, okay? Because by you knowing their situation, but they not knowing your product too well, creates leverage for you, right? So you wanna label them first. You label them by literally reiterating everything that they told you in the mini intro here, a section ago, right? And then you pitch them. Okay, so whatever problem they're struggling with, position your product as the bridge without mentioning too many details. If you created the gap correctly here, right, the gap, then it should be really easy for you. All right, so as an example, the way this could work is, let's say they're struggling with getting in front of more leads, okay? So what you can tell them is like, look, John, whatever their name is, like I talk to a lot of prospects every single day. Don't say prospect, I talk to a lot of contractors every single day that deal with the exact same issue. Like they're pretty good at selling, but getting in front of the leads is a different story. Because this way, I mean, let's look at it this way. Like you're pretty good at sales, are you? They're gonna tell you, yes, I'm the best, whatever. Okay, cool. So what you're missing is just the lead flow and the people to sell to. Is that correct? Yes, cool. Well, this is exactly where we come in. And then you kind of just take it from there. This way, you didn't tell them, hey, like this is what I do. You kind of just ask them, hey, like, am I understanding you correctly? Like, this is your issue? Yes? Okay, this is what I can help you with, you know? That's kind of like the whole philosophy about sales, in my opinion. Now, booking in plus show rate, show up flow, okay? So here's the thing, right? I'm gonna be including some of our own recordings right now, okay? You're gonna watch me appointments that live. This might be this might be a recording that's a couple of minutes long or a bit long. I'm not too sure how long I'm gonna make it, but I'm gonna play it right now.
No problem. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Bye. All right, on to the next. Come on, let's get some more replies. And I was on a roll before I started the camera. Now we have. Come on, that's fine. Let's keep going.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? This is Marco. I just saw you text it back.
How can I help you, Mark?
No, I was just calling for those roofing projects. Do you have capacity or?
Yeah.
Cool. How much do you need?
Can you give me a little bit more details? How do you work?
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you right away. This isn't some, Angie's List, Home Advisor, BS or nothing like that. But what I'm looking to really just do is just partner with a couple of, roofers per area, just to get them booked out in advance, a couple of months. I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months in advance, But I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I'm not too sure if what you do is a good fit for what we have going on. Just so I can potentially find out, can I just ask a couple of questions about you and the business maybe?
What do you have going on? Because I'm flexible. I run a remodeling company and a roofing business. So I need to understand what exactly you're doing, because you're saying that you are, in your text, I believe that you says you have insurance jobs.
Yeah, it's mainly insurance. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you sign a job, or you give me a lead for the estimate. How does that work?
It's a good question. It's actually both. It's a bit mixed. Some of them are already sold and you have to just do the roof, and some of them you have to go ahead and sell yourself, you know? Totally depends. It's mixed, it's about, 60 and 40%, right? But I do also want to ask you, just wondering, because I talk to a lot of people, some say it's kind of a bit slow right now for them business-wise. Some say they almost get too much work. I'm just wondering, how is business going for you right now?
It's going good. We are not slow, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, fair enough. When you say good, I mean, how much roofs do you do per week, let's say?
I'm mainly general contractor, so I don't do only roofing. I'm not only roofing contractor. I'm a general contractor. I do remodeling as well.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand what exactly do you do? What kind of funnel do you have?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll be honest with you, roofing is usually I work with guys that also do remodeling too, but most people I work with prefer roofing because it's pretty fast money. It's pretty good money, That's what they prefer. Like, what's your preference? What do you want to focus on?
Don't matter to me. Roofing is pretty sketchy industry because they bring in people from outside but yeah, for me it doesn't matter. I can do both. I have strong online presence in remodeling, bathrooms and kitchens, but I can do roofing as well. I have a roofing crew.
Okay. It's like you're open to both.
I'm open to both, yes.
Okay, cool. Let's do the following then. What we can do, if you want to, is we can just start off with roofing, and once you see that it works, we can just do remodeling too. I mean, I help a few guys with remodeling too, but like I was saying, main thing is roofing, So I do it with customers who already kind of, already making a lot of money with roofing. I kind of just help them with remodeling too, So we can do that if you want to. Sounds good, but what I can do, I'm going to be honest, I have a call here in a few minutes, so I do have to run. But if you're open to it, what we can do is we can sit down, me and you, either later today or tomorrow, and I can just show you everything, show you how it works, show you how the whole system works, and how I can help you get those jobs. I'm from Miami myself too, so we're pretty close. But what's a good time for you, either later today or tomorrow?
Can you give me a little bit more details? How do you have contracts with insurance companies, and then you sign the contract, or someone signs the contract, and then you sub it out?
No.
Or do you generate leads? You're creating landing pages and funnels on Meta and Instagram and TikTok, and then you forward the estimates. How do you do?
It's a good question. It's a bit of a mix of everything, to be honest with you. Like, I don't like to just put all my eggs in one basket. I like to kind of diversify quite a lot. But as I was saying, it is quite a lot of kind of explain over the phone right now because I do have to run here. But if you're down for it, I can just show you everything on a quick call, like 20, 30 minutes, and you'll know everything, and then you can see for yourself if you want to do it yourself or if you want to have my help do it. Regardless, you'll walk away with value.
Okay. Yeah, let's go on a call.
Cool. What time works for you, today or tomorrow?
Today, 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Let's have a look. 6 p.m. Okay, I'm busy at 6, but let's have a look. Would you be free tomorrow by chance? Maybe like a bit earlier.
What time is earlier?
How about 11?
Okay.
That works?
What's your name?
My name is Marco. What's yours?
Gordon.
Gordon. Awesome. Nice to meet you, Gordon. And I'm also going to send you a quick email, like a confirmation and everything. What's a good email for you? I'll get that scheduled in for you right now. Also, just so you can get some more information about how I work and how I do everything, what I'm going to do right now is I will send you over a video real quick that goes over kind of some main key points, how we work, some past results, all that stuff. So what I want you to do is give that a watch. It's only a couple minutes long, nothing too crazy. And then you will have some more context kind of coming into the call, what this is about, etc., etc. Okay, so if you can give that a watch for me, that'll be great. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And the call is over Google Meet, just for your info. So I'm going to send you like a meeting link and everything prior to the call too. So that should be good to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome, brother. Well, I'll talk to you then tomorrow, okay? You have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
See ya. Bye-bye. So what did you see with this call? I did something very distinct that made him open up, because you can tell at the start he was kind of like a bit cold. He was giving me one-word answers. One important thing I did is I used silence in the call when appropriate. So for example, I asked him, wait, what did I ask him? I remember. How is business going for you right now? He said, good. And I sat there and I just didn't say anything. And then he kind of started to give me more context. That's what you want. If one thing in sales, if someone gives you an answer you're not satisfied with, stay silent and see them break the awkward silence, because they don't want to sit in silence. They want to kind of break it, and they're going to keep sharing more info. Very important. And then after that, he was giving me pretty good answers as far as, more longer-winded answers with more information. And then we ended up getting the call, which is pretty good. So that's a very good call. Let's keep on doing more. For today, we already got 4 calls booked. I'm going to see if I can maybe get to 10. And I've only been doing this for about an hour, so it's not too bad. So there we go. This is the process, all right? Now, once you've got them on hook and they want to book an appointment, you have to schedule them in. Now, to do that, you use Calendly, right? It's, I think, $10 a month or something. It's nothing too crazy. So go ahead and just sign up. The next part is very important, okay? Booking the appointment is one thing, but most agency owners lack show rate and making them show up, okay? So this is my show up flow. And the main thing that so my show rate is about 82% right now. The reason why my calls are showing up so much is because of my VSL and my backend process, okay? Think about it this way. If you're gonna put yourself into the shoes of a business owner in this niche, right? They're running around all day. They're getting hundreds of calls a day, right? And they're kind of a mess. Like their day-to-day is not really structured, right? Do you think they will remember a call that you booked with them over a 5-minute phone call? Probably not, okay? So what we need to do is, have a backend flow or backend workflow that sends them reminders and pre-sells them as well. And the best way to do that is a VSL, all right? So the VSL structure is super simple, and the main point of this is just to pre-sell the customer without giving too much information. Again, keep it ambiguous. You don't want to share everything, because then there's no point in them hopping on a call with you, because if you gave them everything they need or want, then there's no reason for them to talk to you, right? The structure is the following. Should be 5 to 10 minutes long. Hook, intro, problem, failed solution, pitch, features / USP. USP stands for unique selling points, benefits, desired end result, CTA. All right. Now, arguably the most important thing here is the CTA, to be honest with you, right? That's the most important thing, because that is gonna be the thing that is gonna make them show up or not, right? So the CTA wants to it has to be consisting of mainly you kind of being hey, so the call is gonna be on Google Meet or Zoom, whatever you use, right? Make sure to show up on time, have a pen and paper ready. Be sure to ask any questions if you have any. If you need to reschedule, shoot me a text, right? Those things. If you don't say those things, then they might no show, right? You have to set those boundaries, right? And be hey, if you don't show, then you're on a blacklist and we will never talk to you again. Obviously say it in a softer way, but that's the name of the game.
Hey, what's up? So if you're watching this video, it means that you've really taken the first step to really getting some more work for your contracting business. Congrats. In this quick video, I'll really just explain what we even do, what this call is going to be about, all that stuff, so you'll be, go into the call with some pre-knowledge, right? Make sure to watch this video in full, super important, so make sure that you don't miss anything. Now, let's get right into it. So, our background, who even are we? Now, me personally, my name is Marco. I'm the owner at Roof Catalyst. I started door knocking with my father for his roofing business back in the days, about 3-4 years ago. To be honest, I really hated it. I did not enjoy it at all, so I just wanted to just move out of that, right? Then I transitioned into helping contractors generate some more jobs, and since then I've seen really massive success. And so far we've served over 45 contractors North America wide. We started out with just roofing, which is why our name is Roof Catalyst, right? Now it's also remodeling, fencing, siding, decking, and a few more things, right? So I guess we have a small portfolio of contracting services we help with, right? And also far we've managed over $300,000 in advertisement budget. So yeah. We also have actually some news articles on us, which is pretty neat. We have a Fox article about us, a Global Mail article, and a few more things, which is pretty cool as well. So you can also check these out as well. If you scroll down slightly on this page, there should be a few like logos like Fox 40. Just click on them, and then you're able to like read these articles, right? Now, first of all, who this is not for? Let me just not waste your time if you fall into these things here. So first of all, this is not for subcontractors or sales reps. This is for, we want to work with the actual contractor itself, right? This is not for contractors who like value their money more than their time. This is not for contractors who like don't have the funds to invest in their own business, in their own progress, and in themselves pretty much, right? This is not for contractors who are really serious about their own goals or taking action, and for contractors who have a below average sales rate, right? Because the thing is, like, we rely on you making the sales, we can't make the sales for you. And if you can't make sales, this is going to be pretty difficult, right? Now, the coverage who this is not for, who even is this for, right? So this is for contractors or teams where you have a high conversion rate on referrals. The thing is, if you're converting high on referrals, that's great, because the leads you'll be getting you are so warmed up that it's basically a referral already. So that's, if you're good on closing those, that's going to be great. This is for contractors who have the funds to invest in their own growth and their business and getting some more work, right? This is for contractors who take their business seriously and want to grow and who are communicative and great at sales, right? This ties into the first point. Now, in terms of us, we're not a like lead generation company, right? I want to like throw that out there. I like to label us more as like growth partners, because that's what we really are. Growing a business, like getting some more work is one thing if you want to grow a business, right? You have to have the right operations, you have the right team, the capacity, all that stuff. That goes all in there, right? So we also help you out with those things as well later down the line when it gets to that point, right? But we're not just an agency we are like outsource your marketing to. We're not like that at all. We are actually growth partners. Now, when it comes to like the outcomes and benefits with working with us, first of all, obviously you'll make more money, right? You'll close more jobs, do less work. Obviously, you will work less hours while you're making more money and closing more jobs. And also, like, we'll be removing you from like the boring, tedious work, like for example, calling up leads. We're gonna really create leverage for yourself. Also, help you focus on the like $1,000 per hour activities, and really allow us to do like the rest, the like low leverage stuff. Also, we're gonna be increasing your local authority, getting you a ton of ratings, really boosting your presence online, and just getting you some passive jobs that way as well. Now, when it comes to like the 5-step process, which I was kind of like mentioning at the start of the video, so the first step here is establishing local authority, right? So our team of advertising experts will create a local campaign in your exact area with 100% exclusivity, only targeting high quality and highly intentful leads who actually need your services, right? There's no tie kickers, there's no 6-month-old leads or stuff like that, just people who actually want to get the job done. Step 2 is just qualification on autopilot. So we also pre-qualify and warm up your leads for you. So we actually only deal with pre-qualified leads who are ready to buy, actually want to get the job done, right? There's no people that are just looking to get the job done in 6 months or so, and you don't need to like qualify them yourself because we do it for you. Step 3 is appointment booking machine. So qualified leads also have the option to schedule the appointment themselves. This is only for the qualified ones, meaning they can book themselves in, meaning you don't have to call anybody up and follow up with people for like 10 days straight because they don't pick up the phone. We don't have that here because they book themselves in, right? Also, we will be also sending out reminders as well as like social proof to the leads before the appointment. So we also make the closing rate for you easier because they already trust you before you even meet them, right? We're going to be sending them your reviews, your past project, stuff like that, so you can of course do the diligence and we see that you're actually legit. Step 4 is our 2-point nurture system. So we will also be like warming up and sending out personalized texts and emails to your pipeline full of qualified leads who didn't book in. And our goal here is of course like warm them up and kind of activate them. So you can also of course get them booked in just before they get called. And our 5th and final step here is just free bonuses. The like crazy part is like some companies like will charge you like thousands per month for these like free bonuses, but we just give them up for totally free, which is pretty insane. So we have a Google review campaign, which pretty much just means that we'll be getting you a ton of 5-star reviews on Google for totally free, right? We'll just send a kind of quick text to entire past client list, asking them for a quick review, and they'll just like give it to us. Also, a database activation, meaning we'll send a quick text to entire past client list, asking them if they need anything done, meaning you'll get a ton of like free jobs as well for that as well, which is going to be pretty cool, and also fill up your books as well. And the best thing is we work on a complete pay on results basis. You heard that right. Yeah. So the worst thing is if you work with us, you don't get any jobs, you get a full refund, and we also pay you $1,000 on top of the full refund to apologize for wasting your time. And we're legally and contractually obligated to do so. Best case scenario, you'll close like on the low end 10 to 15 jobs on a monthly basis with working with us. And all you need to do to make this happen is just to show up, close jobs, and provide a good service. That's literally it. And work with us, not against us, of course, right? Because the thing is, we already have the incentive to make this happen for you. Meaning if we don't like really put in the work, we're not gonna make any money, right? So we have like a incentive to make ends meet with this, pretty much, right? But wait, there's actually even more. So when you work with us, we actually license your area to maintain our 100% exclusivity policy in your location, which means that we will not be taking any other contractor in your area entirely on, right? Regardless if it's like a different service at all, we will not take anybody else in your area, which means you'll be able to like dominate your local market and really get the most jobs ever. And what this means for you in return, that you will be just dealing with 100% exclusive leads who actually want to get the job done now. So you can, of course, secure those 50 jobs a month with us, right? And as I was saying, if it doesn't work out, you just don't really pay. Simple as that. So yeah, I mean, if you want to generate an extra 10 to 15 jobs on a monthly basis with us, just make sure to like really get on your call on time and be prepared to like claim your area. On the call, it's just going to be me kind of seeing if this is even a good fit, what we can do, and if we can, I'll walk you through the entire process and show you a few more things. And as I was saying, we don't like have a copy-paste approach. It's very custom for everybody we do work with. So the thing is, we want to like, of course, partner up with people that already close jobs and already have a working business essentially, right? So as I was saying, if you're a contractor with the financial resources to invest in yourself and your business, and you want to really get exclusive access to those 15 jobs in your area, make sure to hop on your call on time. So it's also a Google Meet call, which I will send you the details to as well over email as well as text. And yeah, make sure to like really take the call from a quiet place, not while driving or like while you're out on job sites, because as I was saying, we will be talking about your business, our business, and a partnership that really deserves some level of attention. And also make sure to have a pen and paper ready on the call, right? So that's really about it. I'm looking forward to talking to you on the call, and I'll see you soon.
Now, my secret sauce is social proof, okay? So having good social proof, testimonials, news articles, case studies, whatever, will do the heavy lifting for you, okay? And you will not need to do a lot of selling if your social proof is convincing. So my social proof is pretty insane. I have more testimonials than I know what to do with. I have news articles, I have Trustpilot. I have everything an agency owner could really wish for as far as that goes, you know? So when people watch this on a call with me, or before a call rather, and they see this stuff, it's very easy for them to trust me, right? So my close rate is naturally pretty high. And the biggest hurdle you're going to encounter is the fact that many prospects will know you're a beginner in this business model, you know? And by the way I structure these things to send them out is this workflow. I should have included this earlier, but it is what it is. So confirmation text plus email, 24 hours before reminder, text and email, 6 hours before text and email plus VSL plus free case study, 1 hour before text and email, call 30 minutes before plus VSL. So you call them and you're like, hey, are you still good for the call? Cool. Did you watch the VSL? No. Here's the link again. Go ahead and watch it. 5 minutes before text. And yeah, this allowed me to get a pretty decent show rate. All right. But yeah, going back to the trust thing, like people are gonna know you're a beginner, right? So I came up with a solution for my mentees that has literally 10x the amount of clients they sign and allowing them to really continue to keep signing on more clients till, you know, they get their own social proof, right? So I allow them to use my social proof, right? My name, my results, my testimonials, my case studies. So all the stuff here, they get to use, right? And for example, Ziad is one of the guys in our program that used this, and he used this to sign his first 30 clients, and now he's printing 70,000 a month in personal profit, right? There's some screenshots here. In case you don't know, he's a UAE boxer, national UAE boxer. He has sparred with Jake Paul, Andrew Tate. He's tapped in, right? And he's in our program. He's making a fuck ton of money, to say the least, right? And you can also see him texting me as well. This was back in September, making a lot of money, right? And I also have a podcast with him as well. So I'm going to play the podcast right now of him kind of sharing exactly how he did it and how he hit the first $70,000 a month within, I think, about 4 months of joining. So I'm going to play the video right now. All right, boys, so we got a new client success interview with my boy Ziad this time. This guy joined about 3 months ago.
3 months ago,
3 months? And how much have you made last month?
So first, let me start off with the first month, right? The very first month, I made 32K. My first month of ever joining, without even knowing what SMMA even was. And the first month, I closed 32K. Second month, I kept the momentum going, 47K, cash collected. Third month, which was just this last month in July, 50K closed by the end of July. And keep in mind, 3 months ago, I didn't even know what SMMA was. Like, I have no idea what it even was. I was going, the moment I closed my first sales call, the momentum just built from that because I already knew what to do and how to do it.
Yep.
I was just doing that on repeat and doing that consistently. And yeah, I closed off the first ever month in 32K. I think that was the most impressive because once I understood how things work and how to actually close, it's easy to scale, right? It's just actually going from 0 to 10K and then or 0 to 32K. You know, it's crazy. Like, people will be happy just hitting 10K in the first month. I hit 32K. I'm very grateful the fact that I've had that kind of support from all three of you consistently with the one-on-one coaching. And that's why I think my results were so different from everyone else.
What would you say is like the number one thing that allowed you to scale? Because I mean, bro, there's people that kind of like join some sort of mentoring and stuff and they don't make money for like a year straight, you know? What would you say is like your main thing that allowed you to scale so quick?
Good question, man. Because look, you can have the best program in the world. You could have literally the blueprint to being hyper successful. But in the end of the day, it's some people, it's not that some people are going to be successful and some people aren't going to be successful. I don't believe in that. I believe in you make your own fate. Like, for example, if you put the inputs, you're going to get the outputs. If you put the hard work in, if you're actually consistent, you're dedicated to making this work and you have no other option, you create urgency for yourself. You don't want to be a broke loser. You want to retire your family. You want to take care of yourself. You want to have financial freedom. You want to travel the world while still making money. If you really, really want those things, you'll find a way to make it work. And the beautiful thing about the program is we're not finding a way to make it work. You just know what to do. You just need to put the inputs in. You just need to put the hard work in consistently every single day and not just stop when it gets boring or when you have a slow week. You have to actually consistently keep putting the inputs in and then you're going to get the outputs in. So I believe in that. And the reason why I think I scaled so fast as opposed to everyone else who joined mentorship programs is I took my discipline that I had from boxing and my hard work and my consistency that I'm already used to doing from professional boxing, and I just applied that to SMMA using your guys' blueprint, because your guys' blueprint already worked. Most guys, they are lacking that discipline joining, and they're also, if they're in a bad program, they're also lacking a solid blueprint.
So you're doomed to fail pretty much.
Correct, you're doomed to fail. So joining the right program isn't everything, right? But it's very, very important, because if you're going to be putting hard work into something that's you're doomed to fail, then it's wasting your time, wasting your energy, wasting your money. And then you're going to think entrepreneurship isn't for you. But given that this program is, well, I mean, the results are proven, right? You can hear it from me yourself. The blueprint does work, but that's not everything. You can hand someone a blueprint and they still won't be successful. It's the discipline that comes with it. It's the consistency. It's putting that hard work and trying to better yourself every single day and not just stopping when you feel tired or not just stopping when you feel bored. That I got from professional boxing. Most people don't have that. They need to build that, which is why maybe they take longer than other people to scale or longer than me to scale, because I already had the discipline. I didn't need to build that. I had that from professional boxing. I just applied that to the system that you guys gave me and the one-on-one coaching that you guys gave me, and that's why I scaled so quick. So to answer your question, why I scaled so quick as opposed to other people is I didn't need to spend time building the discipline and the consistency or convincing myself that I need to put my all into this. I already have that from boxing. I just need to actually apply it. And that's why I scaled so quick. Most people join, they need to build up themselves mentally, they need to build the confidence, they need to build the discipline, they need to build their mental framework to actually be successful. I already had all of that unlocked. I just needed the program just to apply that to, which is why I scaled so quick.
Fair enough. And the thing is with boxing, in case you guys don't know, so this guy's a professional boxer here in the UAE, especially Dubai, and it's like most guys use kind of as an excuse time, oh, I can't do this because I have school, I have work and stuff. How did you kind of like juggle, you know, boxing as well as this kind of, and you know, make it happen? How did that kind of work for you?
Good point, man. And I remember you actually talking about when you reposted one of my stories, for example, you're like, oh, time is never an excuse. And I'm like, why is he saying that? I'm like, that's an interesting angle, because sometimes I forget that I'm doing professional boxing as well. You know, like I'm juggling so many things at the same time, and I don't think of it as hard, so I don't make it hard for myself. Like when I was watching your story, like, oh, that's an interesting angle. Like it makes me realize, like, yeah, hold on a minute. If I'm doing this, time isn't an excuse. You have a good point, because obviously, like the testimony I put online is genuine, so it's not planned. I don't know what you're gonna say on there. And the fact that what you have to say about me, about time not being an excuse, is so true, because I'm just able to manage my schedule accordingly to run a 50K per month business while still being a full-time professional boxer. It's just a mental discipline. Like if you say it's hard, if you say it's impossible, then obviously that's what it's going to be.
Whatever you say is going to be a reality, you know?
It's just excuses. It's just excuses. Like in case you fail, humans are very like comfort creatures and they don't like to fail. So just in case you fail, you use that time excuse as a last resort to say, oh, I wasn't successful because I didn't have enough time because I'm in school. Or I didn't have enough time because I'm in university. It's like a fallback option. But no, if you give yourself no fallback option, you go in all in, you create yourself the urgency, and you eliminate all possible excuses, now you're forced to succeed.
Right.
And if you're in a good program, then the only thing that's stopping you is you.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
The only thing that's stopping you is you. There's other people like me who have had success in this program. So why can't you get success? That's not revealing anything about the program. That's revealing something about you.
Yeah.
Because if other people have done it, why can't you do it?
Right.
It means you're the one stopping yourself from success.
That's it. It's all a mind game, because most guys, here's the thing, mindset is pretty important, but like don't spend all your time on this stuff. You still obviously need to take action, you know?
Of course.
Because like most guys, they just think, oh, mindset, you know, let me just fucking work, and their work is just watching mindset videos the entire day, and it's like, that's obviously not going to move the needle for you, you know? So what would you say to anybody who's kind of watching this, who doesn't really know what SMMA is? Maybe they know what it is, you know? They maybe kind of have been following our IGs for quite some time. They're kind of like iffy about joining and stuff. They're kind of, you know, on the fence. What would you kind of tell these guys?
Look, I didn't know what the fuck SMMA was. I don't even know if I'm allowed to swear, but I'm trying
It's
to
all good.
I'm trying to give an honest, genuine response,
Yeah.
right? Forget SMMA. This is gonna sound a bit weird. Forget SMMA. If you want to make money online, remotely, and have locational freedom, and make money eventually to a point where you're able to automate your source of income while you can focus on other things, then this program is something that fit your needs and your desires. So if you want to make money online, work from anywhere in the world, and eventually have your income be completely automated when you start to delegate, then SMMA is for you. Whether you know what it is or not, if you want that, this is what this program helps you get. And that's what matters. Because I didn't know what SMMA was. All I knew was I wanted to make money online. I wanted it on a consistent basis. And I wanted locational and time freedom. So I'm running a business. I can be anywhere in the world and still work, still take sales call and appointment set. And eventually when you start to hire appointment setters and closers and a service delivery team, right? It's all automated and you're making money on autopilot, even when you handle someone for client communications. Now, what are you doing? You're literally just making money on autopilot. You've built all the systems in place. You've delegated people to do things that you were already doing. And eventually you'll have all that time for yourself while the business makes money on autopilot. And that's the beauty of this model. So whether you know what it is or not, if you want to make money online, remotely, from anywhere in the world, and eventually have the opportunity to automate it, then this program's for you. Because I didn't know what the fuck it was, but that's what I have now.
Cool. So I hope that was helpful. Now, let's move on to automating your outreach, because at the end of the day, most agency owners slave away with doing manual outreach. I'm not going to be teaching you how to do that, because as an agency owner, we want to be creating leverage for yourself. So it costs me on average $51 to acquire a new client for my agency. Might sound like something crazy, but let me show you how I do that. And the best thing is I don't even have to lift a finger for the most part. So the structure is an initial call. I have right now 4 setters, so it's not 3 anymore. I actually hired on someone in the past few years for my agency that call for me. There's no base pay, okay? And I only pay them when a call showed up that they booked. So they're free pretty much for the start. And only if they make me money, that's when I pay them. Tracking. So every single time when a setter books an appointment, they send a message into a dedicated group chat. So they're like, I booked an appointment for this day with this guy. This is his name, email, and all that stuff, right? So everybody's informed. And we can track obviously who booked the appointment. Closing. I handle most of the closing for the most part. I gave up almost every single part of the business except this. And I believe in paying your team members generously. I love good work and I want to encourage good work. I don't really resonate with people who are trying to pay their team members as little as possible, because why would you pay minimum wage if you can pay more but also get better work? You know, you have to kind of churn and burn less setters, then less team members. Like, you just make more money in the long run, right? So it's all about the long-term vision here. And I pay closers 18%, which sounds like a lot, but I prefer overpaying because I want to keep good talent. Now, scraping leads, right? I have a VA that does my leads. So my scraper charges me $10 for 10,000 leads, which is fairly cheap. And I have thousands of leads like this. Okay, I have the phone number, I have the business name, the owner name, and everything. Now, this is what it breaks down to. So this is how I assign on clients for $51 a client. So collecting leads, 20,000 a month, $20. Doing 20,000 outreaches, 67 outreaches per day, $10 to $300 a month. 1 to 3% booking rate, 200 calls booked. Now, this might sound low, but it is really not, okay? Like 1% is 200 calls, right? So it's fairly good. 50% sure to the call. And by the way, these are like worst case numbers. These are very low numbers. So because I want to go off of a worst case outcome, if that makes sense. So this might actually be even better in practice, right? But 50% show rate, 100 show ups. I'm paying setters $20 per show up appointment. 40% close rate, 40 new clients. Total cost of landing 40 clients, $2,020, right? Now the thing is, there's no way I could or even want to be able to do 20,000 calls per month myself and handle the onboarding and do the whole back end. Like I just don't want to personally, because there's higher leverage opportunities for myself. So I could either build out a team to continue growing on, and get a bunch of clients and, build a team out and have a high overhead and keep paying salaries. Or I could just open my own program and create killer agency owners and run up clients together, right? That said, I'm currently looking for more agency owners to scale these clients with me. So what I will do is I will help you start an agency from the ground up. I'm gonna put my outreach system onto it, and you're gonna leverage my agency name, brand, testimonials, results, case studies, all that stuff, right? The thing is, I can't guarantee you anything, because at the end of the day, it's about you to make the system work, right? So I'm gonna be upfront right away. If you're not committed, then don't do this, right? But I will make it impossible or very unlikely for you to not make money, right? By allowing you to kind of use those systems for all the future clients you're gonna sign on as well, right? So what is kind of included is access to me for in-person events, meetups, where I'm gonna be coaching you in person and fixing your biggest bottlenecks, right? Direct access to me, one-on-one, calls, texts, 7 coaching calls a week, all of my systems, SOPs, KPIs, all of the softwares I use, even GoHighLevel snapshots, access to my network of VA, sales reps, etc., right? And I do this because I genuinely enjoy helping people. I don't do this necessarily for the money, because I make decent money from the agency, but I mean, the results speak for themselves. We got a lot of people making a lot of money. But I don't want to preface this, like, you must be competent doing this. This is not going to work if you're just going to do this on the side or something like that, right? And I'm actually going to play a recent podcast I did with Taz, who ended up hitting 10K per month at only 16. This guy's an absolute G, so I'm going to be playing that as well right now. All right, so today we have a very special guest. This guy's only 16 years old, still in high school, started this business only 3 months ago. Taz, how much money have you made in the past 30 days?
We're about to hit the 10K mark.
3 months in, 10K. How does it feel, bro?
It feels kind of unordinary, I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I genuinely didn't, actually I did think I was gonna hit this mark. I'm not gonna lie to you, I did. Like, I had so much confidence with joining this mentorship that I started recording this series, like over the kind of summer holiday, because I still go to school, and the series is like 0 to 20K at 16 years old. The first video I filmed, I literally told the camera, I'm like, all right, first objective, make enough money to join Marco's mentorship. Right, I know I needed this, because I kept seeing these videos of people making it, and every single night I would go in bed and just like watch a new testimonial. Every single night. That's how confident I was with this whole thing, and it fueled me so much that I saved up. Like, I hit Marco up. I'm like, oh, I need to join the mentorship right now, bro. Right now. I took the step, and I swear to God, it did not disappoint.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, you scaled so quickly. What do you think was like the main factor that made you scale so fast?
Like, just putting your head down and doing volume. Genuine shit. Like, it's a volume game. Anything you do in life is a volume game. These guys, and I said this on Kyo's video as well, right? These guys literally cut up the meat. They give you the meat. They place it on the pan. My friend, your job is literally just to turn on the heat. Like, that's how simple it gets, and I kid you not, they literally give you the blueprint, where all you have to do is just implement and not be a dumbass. It's like, you must be really stupid to not have to make money. And that's not even offensive, I'm being so dead serious.
It's true. Yeah, because here's the thing too, like, there's a lot of guys, I'm gonna be honest, but we had guys join up and they did not make any money, and that's because they have bad beliefs, which is not a bad thing inherently, because you can change those, but they're just so stuck in their ways that it's like, it's so uncomfortable to like change the way you live, exist, and think, that they just simply won't do it, and then obviously you don't make any money at that point, you know? Now, with you, bro, I remember that first time we met at Dubai Mall, I think that was, right?
Yeah.
Was it Novikov or something?
Bro. Yeah, just wait for the story.
This is like, what, 2 months ago at this point, or something like that, 2.5 months ago? And it's like, bro, the first time I met you, I knew this guy is gonna crush. Like, I don't know what it is, like, genuinely, I don't just say this for the video here at all. I just knew you'll make it, because he had this sort of like different way of thinking, you know? Like, for a 16-year-old, this guy is extremely mature. Like, no glaze, like, this guy was like, you seemed like you were like 25 or something.
Oh, bro.
You know what I mean? And I feel like that's just like sort of what most people are missing. This sort of like mental maturity. Like, most guys are in their 20s, in their 30s potentially sometimes, and they're still doing fuck all. They live with their parents, they don't even have a job, they're unemployed. When it's like there's 16-year-olds out there that make doctor's salary while still in school, and they're absolutely gonna smoke.
And I'll say this as well, by the way, like, I feel like this is a good point Shaman's. Everyone has like a desire. Everyone wants to be something. So obviously Marco's saying, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, some guys are just not going to take action, but within them, they know they want to take action. And that kind of like stems from a young age, like from 15 years old. Like, and I told you with this example as well, right? As a child, you aspire to be something like great, man. Like, I wanted to be Batman as a child. Marco, I don't know who you wanted to be. Like, you aspire to be crazy things. And as you grow up, the things around you, like the systems around you, your parents, everything kind of strains you to the point where you kind of like, you deep down die. You know what I mean? And you feel like nothing's possible. So you start by dreaming big, and that dream just starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Everyone wants to do it, but no one wants to take the actual, just like that one step that's gonna like kind of take you out and get you closer to what you desire to be.
Right.
Take that step, guys. I kid you not. Like, genuinely break free. Otherwise, you're always gonna be in that constant doubt of like, what if?
Yeah.
Like, what if I did do it? What if I did join the mentorship? What if I did take that first cold call? You know what I mean? And that's what I did with these guys, and now we're standing outside of Bananas. I've got school in a few hours, so it's pretty steep.
Yeah, it's like, what is it right now? 1 a.m. or something, right?
Yeah, it's about to hit 1.
That's insane. But bro, what would you say is like the number one thing that you found the most valuable within the mentorship?
So there's not one thing. I feel like it's everything, and I feel like it's the community. You need, and I can't express this so much. I was gonna make a video of this when I was home. You need to surround yourself around a group of guys that are above you, because when you're around a group of guys, and then I kid you not, everyone who's not in a mentorship, or just people who are not in a group of people that are above them, the only other option is going to be people who are on par with you, or people lower than you, right? And what that kind of results is no one's going to be able to drag you up. Like, if you don't have guys that are above you at the position that you aspire to kind of be at, how are you going to be dragged up? For me, when I joined the mentorship, I was constantly seeing guys winning in the chat, which is crazy. I think Fabian brought this point up as well. There's so many guys winning in the chat every single day, just sending screenshots of payments coming through. Something as simple as that just makes you go, okay, this is possible. That, and the fact that Marco picked me up in a Ferrari on the second day of the mentorship.
Alright boys, we have our boy Taz in the car now as well. We'll show him what it's like to drive in this. Have you ever been in a supercar?
Nope.
I got gold-plated cigarettes.
Marco pulled up in a 480 piece. The car is beautiful.
It was like 2 months ago. You had no money back then.
Bro, I had $150 in my account.
Oh my god.
And I get picked up in a Ferrari. Same spot where we're literally recording this video. It's stupid.
Yeah.
That opened up my mindset so much.
Here's the thing too, like, this is what Fabian was talking about as well. Like, he saw all the wins being posted every day. It's like, yes, you were happy for someone else, but deep down you're thinking like, bro, that's
much
like
competition, bro. Like,
exactly. The thing is too, like, the first program I joined, Mr. Blue Shirt Man as well, like, I joined the program and there were like no wins being posted. I was like, what is going on? There's no money making any money here. And so I got like a bit sort of concerned. It's like, what is going on here? Till I actually found out nobody was making any money, and I was really only one of the few ones that was actually printing at them. So I got out of that really quickly and made sure that I surrounded myself with, like-minded people that are further, that are above me essentially, or on the same sort of level, right? Yeah. But bro, what would you say to anybody who's watching this who's kind of maybe on the edge of like joining in, maybe starting something like this? Like, what would you tell them,
If you're on the edge of joining, there's only, I feel like, 2 real possibilities. Number one, you just don't want to take that step. You think it's too much money, or you just think you don't believe in yourself. More importantly, I'll tell you what you need to do. But the second reason you won't join, and I feel like this is so popular, people don't even talk about it, is you have a bad experience. Like, I personally have had like a bad experience. I paid a guy called Adam Walsh. I said the name, doesn't really matter. I paid him and I didn't really get anything out of it. Like, he literally just told me what I would have known without joining the course, right? Yep. The point is, you can't really let one bad experience kind of deter you, because then what happens in life is you're not going to get anything good if you think the first one, if the first thing you do of anything is bad, and you won't go into the second, where you're not going to get that far. I'll be completely honest with you. Yeah. And as for like guys who don't want to take that step, genuinely, what are the consequences? Like, what's the worst case? What's the worst case scenario? You take the step, you join the mentorship. What's the worst case scenario?
Yeah. Worst case, I mean, here's the thing too. Most guys watching this are young, 16 to maybe 25. You're so fucking young. Like, worst case, what you lose is a couple months of effort, and that's it. Worst case.
Showing my parents, bro, just watch some Netflix. It's like, there really isn't that bad of a case. Yeah. And it kind of builds your character, honestly speaking. And like, do you want to be boring? If you do that, that's completely fine, right? But like, I say this out of pure love. Like, guys, genuinely, if you're watching this video, you're watching it for a reason. You want to make something out of yourself. So you can either take action, make your life genuinely exciting. If I didn't take that one call with you, bro, I would not be living how I've been living for the past week and a half, which has been absolutely insane. Open my mindset so much. Please, guys, take action. Become the guy that you genuinely dream about. The guy that you put your head on a pillow at night and think about. Just one step away, guys.
And I think you also got a payment as well earlier today. You want to show that to the camera?
Yeah. Pretty funny. I'm glad I didn't swipe it out.
How much was it for?
So we got like a little 1,500 retainer.
A little 1,500 a month retainer. That's most people's salary out here in Dubai, by the way.
And he was, guys, guess why he was happy to pay me again, by the way?
Yeah.
Results, bro. Just got results. I didn't even have to work for it.
And here's the thing too, like one more ending thoughts here is, this is just sort of agency related as well. Most guys focus on just marketing, getting more clients, but very few actually focus on the back end, which realistically is like the most important part of your business. Because here's the thing, if the product you're selling sucks, then your whole business sucks. Then you won't be able to keep clients, they're gonna churn, they get refunds, disputes, all that nasty stuff. So at the start, I think once you get 1 or 2 clients in, right, it is super important to really nail service, because then you have case studies, testimonials, like prior results, and you can leverage that to get more clients, right? So that is also a thing with you as well. Like, you were getting some pretty nasty results for your clients too.
Bro, speaking of blueprint, I kid you not, I thought when I heard these guys do service delivery and I was gonna hop in the mentorship, that was just gonna be something simple that I knew about. These guys gave me such a good, like, genuine strategy that I couldn't even like grasp before joining the mentorship, and it was so easy to implement. Yep. It took me an hour to set up my first guy, and he just paid me again, as you guys saw. So it's like, you are gonna get good results. There isn't a single guy that I have not gotten good results for, and all these clients that I do get good results for, I can just tell the new guys that I kind of like hop on sales calls with to call them up. Yep. Easy close, referrals. It's crazy. Yeah, these guys will absolutely get you the best results in the business.
Fair enough, bro. Well, I appreciate it, bro. You're gonna crush it, bro.
Oh, yes,
sir.
bro.
And 100K months pretty soon, bro.
100K months.
Bro's gonna pull up an 812 super fast to school next year.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I kid you not, we're gonna forward that clip very, very soon. So
let's go. But yeah, boys, if you guys are potentially interested in working with us, there's a link below this video. Scroll down, book a call. There's no risk at all. Find out something about the program if you want to. Hop on a call. There's really nothing to lose, and that one call could potentially change your life if you are willing to take action.
And we'll see you in the Euros.
Yeah, by the way, we're in the Euros right now, so if you join the mentorship, you get access full day in-person events, which is pretty cool. But I don't want to.
The most valuable.
Yeah, I don't want to sell. I want to hard sell the program. If you want to make money, join up. If not, no worries.
Yeah.
But boys, I'll see you in the next one, and take care. So the reason why Taz was able to do this is because he's pretty competent and he was able to make this work on his own. So yeah, if you're interested, I don't work with everybody. Obviously, there's a vetting process. If you want to apply, then just apply below this video. There's a link. But let's keep going. Okay. So now closing call. Okay. Now that we have prospects on our schedule, how do we sell these prospects? Okay. So it's fairly simple. Let's go over here. So for most agency owners, this is the most difficult part of running the agency, which is acquiring clients. In my opinion, this is the easiest. Sorry, that being said, let me do the same for you. So if you're not tracking your close rate, you definitely should, okay? So this is one of the sheets I've been using now for about 1.5 years at this point, or even longer, to track my close rate, etc., my setters and all that stuff. And this process I'm about to show you has allowed me to close at 30 to 40% while still maintaining high margins, okay? There's two options, all right? There's the 1-call close and then there's the 2-call close. Both work, pre-facing this, okay? But if they're getting on a call with you after watching the VSL, like if they watched it, they should be 85% close rate. Now, most agency owners completely mess this part up because they're way too fixated on like making the sale, making the close, when in reality they should be focusing on like helping the prospects and have the prospects sell themselves to you, right? Because I don't really consider my sales calls traditional sales calls because they really are just more like calls to form a partnership, right? Change your paradigm, because if you approach sales calls with like, oh, you know, I want to really close this guy, then you're gonna have all this like emotion and all this stress tied to this one call, and then you're gonna get the exact thing that you don't want, which is, you know, no sale at all, right? And if you're selling revenue shares, it should be fairly easy to get the close, right? But I want to show you, and I want to share one of my own sales calls and also the structure for sales calls here, which is the following. So this call on average takes about 45 to 60 minutes, 60-minute tops really, if it's really a long call. But this is how it works, you know, it's intro, right? Agenda, a discovery, which is the most important part in my opinion. Summary plus label, pre-pitch, pitch, Q&A, and objection handling, pricing plus logistics, and the close, okay? Now, discovery, as I said, this is the most important part. You have to, so the way I view the discovery is like, it's more like of a section for you to like gather information and build that ammo pretty much, right? For you to fire that ammo in the pitch then pretty much. That's the way I view it, okay? Because again, like if you don't know your prospect situation, you might not even be able to help them, right? So you need to know a couple of things to see if it didn't even make sense, right? So those are the things: current situation, current numbers, current methods of acquisition, past attempts and why they failed, desired outcome and goals, motivation, commitment level. All right. And I'm going to be playing a segment right now of me doing this discovery phase on a call I took about 3 days ago that I ended up closing. So I'm going to be playing it right now.
But the main thing for me right now is getting seeds planted, getting out there and talking to people, and creating a network for the spring. So when a storm does hit, I've got things in place and I've got a few jobs to run right away. And ideally I got 10 to 20 jobs booked, ready to go by like April, you know? So
for sure. Gotcha. I'll tell you one thing. 10 jobs before April, that's 2 months out, that's definitely doable, right? Now, you said last year you kind of had a couple things going on. So when did you stop working last year? Do you remember?
It was like June. I think I took myself to the hospital there. It was like June 6th or something like that.
Gotcha. Leading up, let's say, last year, Jan till June, how many projects did you roughly do? Do you remember?
We probably did 30 or 40 roofs at the beginning of the year last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The years before that, what's that?
I was saying, do you remember revenue by chance?
It was over 500K. I know that. I was just doing my tax stuff here. I don't have a actual number yet, but I got a ballpark. I think it was over 500K. I know that. 2 years prior to that, I was at 2.5 mil in sales both years. That's what I was shooting for last year, but I got sick, so, but yeah, 2.5 mil for me. And I'm the only person that works for this company. I sub out everything. I do all the everything. I'm my only employee. So that's pretty impressive, to do 2.5 mil and have nobody doing books for you, nobody doing anything for you. So that's kind of where I want to be. I actually set a goal for 3.5 mil this year. So that's what I'm shooting for.
100%. No, for sure. Honestly, 2.5 without any team is really insane. So good stuff on that. What's the plan for the 3.5 for this year? What's the plan here?
Finding some storms, and I do a lot of cold knocks this time of year. Like Monday, I'll be down in North Liberty, Coralville area. I'll start pounding doors and just getting my name out there. That, and I mean, just as soon as the storm hits, it's game on for me. I mean, I'm very good at what I do. So, and I don't like, I've never really been a guy to spend money on advertising or anything like that, or the only advertising I've done back in the day was Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried advertising with these companies that call you and they try running your Google page and shit, and they ask for all this money and say they're going to do all this great shit for you. Well, they had the wrong damn phone number on my Google page for like 2 years, and I don't like computers, so I never check that shit. Like, I just trust people too much, and so yeah, I got burnt there. So I just kind of word of mouth, man, and just knocking doors and getting out there and talking to people. That's how I network.
Gotcha. So when you say knocking doors, you're knocking doors yourself?
Yeah. Yep.
Damn,
100%, man. Yeah, I'll get out there and I'll knock 100 doors a day sometimes if no one's, the goal is for me is to do the door knock, get the inspection and from them, tell them what I'm all about. And I mean, I like to call their insurance company right there with them and do everything before I even leave that day, so some other clown doesn't come along and take it, So yeah, it's a process, but I mean, I've gotten very good at it. So
for sure. It's a funny story as well. So my dad used to be a roofer as well, and I used to door knock with him. That's a couple of years ago when I was younger.
Yep.
I sucked, to be honest. I did not enjoy that at all. I'm just not an extrovert myself. I'm more, I like to be by myself. But no, I know what you mean. But let me ask you this. So obviously your time is limited, right? Like, do you expect to do 3.5 from door knocking, or?
Pretty much, yeah, man.
I mean yourself.
Yeah, myself, yes. That's what I'm shooting for. Yep.
So it's 3.5 just.
I'll get into commercial stuff and everything. Yeah. I mean, I'm shooting my typical roof contract is like my house contract. I got roof gutter siding. I got it all approved. I'm getting 80K right off the bat, and I haven't supplemented yet. So my typical contract is around 80 to 100K. Gotcha. If you think about it, that's not too many roofs if you're doing, So I go for the big shit. I've probably set my bar too high, but I mean, if I could do 2.5 by myself, in the Dre show down in Cedar Rapids a couple years ago, I have a team behind me this year to do a lot of my shit. So I'm positive I can get to 3.5 mil this year.
For sure. Gotcha.
So,
No, awesome. I mean, as the saying goes, you know, if you shoot for the stars, you hit the moon. If you shoot for the moon, you hit the ground, you know? So it's good to aim high.
I think it's better to set the bar high than to set it too low, because if you set it too low and you reach your goal, then you're just gonna plane off the rest of the year, you know? Like, okay, I reached it. Good to go, man. This year, this way, there's no taking the foot off the gas, man. It's balls to the walls till, you know, well after fall. So
100%. Got it. Cool. That sounds good. And the thing is as well, what was I gonna say? So are you open to, so you do commercial and residential, like what's preferred for you?
well, commercial, I mean, there's always a ton more money in commercial stuff, you know. I'd prefer that, but I mean, commercial, residential, it's all work, you know. I always say, you know, I get one roof signed, I'm getting 2 to 5 more out of it no matter what. So I'll do a referral program with my customers. I give them $500, they refer me 3 people. I just do all kinds of really cool shit to get out there and get networking and get, you know, you'll see my signs all the way up and down the damn streets, all the way up and down the block, man. It's, when you can do that, it's pretty cool.
Gotcha. And Cody, the reason I'm asking actually is because I'll be totally honest with you. Like the stuff that we do, it is heavily residential, right? So like I would say roughly 85% of the stuff that I'm gonna send you is gonna be residential. I mean, you'll get the odd commercial job here and there. You might get a church, for example, or so, but it's gonna be heavily residential, you know, just to like let you know.
That's fine, man. I mean, whatever, you know, if there's something, if there's money to be made, I'll take them. I mean, I'm not going to turn anything away. Like I said, I've got a lot to make up this year for what happened last year. And, you know, I usually got 50K sitting in my accountant's time the year going into a storm situation. And, you know, I got maybe a quarter of that. So yeah, I got a lot of leeway to make up.
Yeah. No, but that's a good thing. That should really like motivate you, man. It's it's a good thing at the same time. No, cool. But as well as you were saying, you tried a few things in the past. This is like a couple of years ago. When as far as getting more work goes, you said Facebook. How did that go?
Awesome, man. I killed it with Facebook advertising there's a big storm down in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It was like an inland hurricane thing. It was fucking crazy. But I did all my advertising down there with Facebook. I just, you know, I had a Facebook business page and it was set up the right way. And then like there was there was like a community page, the Cedar Rapids like put up, so people were on there all the time looking for roofers because there was so much damage. So I just sit on there sometimes all day and just respond to people's stuff real quick, you know, and just talk myself up a lot and be like, hey, we're the best in the business. I can come by today, get you an estimate, you know. So
gotcha. Are you still
pretty
doing
much
Facebook?
Huh?
Sorry to cut you off. Are you still doing Facebook right now or no? Is that
yeah, my page is still up. It's Brainerd Roofing Construction Company LLC, I think, or something like that.
Okay. Gotcha.
So,
are you still doing the ads or no?
I haven't messed around with it at all. No, I'm not like, if I could, I'd still be doing stuff on pen and paper, man. That's the kind of guy I am. Like, technology is, someone let the genie out of the fucking bottle and now it's too late, you know? So we got to deal with it. But, yeah, I just don't have patience for it. I don't like messing around with it a whole lot. So.
Gotcha. Fair enough. I mean, totally. I mean, I'll be honest with you. My dad's the exact same. Like, he was like, yeah, just take care of it. I don't want to deal with it, you know? So
yeah.
I feel you. And you said, as far as the one company you had for Google that didn't work because they just put the wrong phone number there for some reason.
Yeah, fucking idiots. A company called eGumble. I don't know if you ever heard of them or not, but they don't even speak English, really. I mean, I couldn't understand a fucking word they were saying ever, and I figured I'd give them a shot because they kept bugging me and all. They're really nice guys and all, but I don't know what they're trying to do or what, you know, but they didn't do anything for me. I was supposed to be getting I was supposed to be getting seen more and all this, and they're supposed to get me all these leads and stuff. My phone ringing again, and it just hasn't done anything. So,
Yeah,
but I do
well,
have a Google business page still.
gotcha. Well, I mean, it hasn't rung because they just put the wrong phone number on there, you know? I mean, I assume
Well,
if they
that-
put the right, it might have worked. So
Even since then, though, they've changed it since then. It's been like probably 9 months maybe or something. And I still, you know, it just ain't working. I think it's mainly because, you know how Google works. Whoever pays most to Google to have their company seen the most is going to be at the top of that list when you go to search roofers, you know. And it's kind of bullshit because it weeds out the smaller companies that can't advertise like that, you know. There's no, I mean, some of them guys are paying $50K a year just to have to keep their spot up top, you know. And I'm not all about that. So
no, yeah. That's the thing with Google, man. Like, I don't love Google. So just to let you know also right away, I'll be honest, I'm not saying Google doesn't work. It definitely works. You just have to make it work, right? But having to make it work includes spending maybe a bit more money on it, right?
Yep.
And I'll be honest, like from what I'm hearing at this point in time, Google wouldn't even be that applicable for you, not because it's expensive, but because it takes a lot of time to get set up. I'll be honest, when you put your focus on Google and you're like, hey, I want to get ranked higher, you have to, you know, take care of your SEO, you know, maybe revamp your website, take care of my business page and stuff. And that takes really a long time usually, right?
Yeah.
Because what happens with Google is like, even if you get more reviews on your Google My Business thing, like it's gonna maybe take a month for them to like see, hey, this guy's getting reviews, let's rank him higher. Like it's not instant, right?
Yep. Everything's got to be verified.
Exactly, you know, and so the stuff that we do, it's way more faster. And especially, I feel like right now, from what I'm hearing, I feel like the main thing that would make sense in my perspective so far, at least, is just trying to get money or your cash, you know, into the door ASAP without having to like wait for Google to like do all their stuff. And also like the stuff that we do, and I'll tell you more about it later, but it is pretty instant. So like we can launch something today or tomorrow, and you would be having, you know, leads same day or certain, you know, 24 to 48 hours usually, right? So it's pretty instant, you know? And I feel like especially the situation you're in, I feel like that would be, you know, pretty helpful from what I'm hearing, but correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I'll tell you more about that later as well. But I'm also just wondering as well, like, are you looking at anything right now to potentially expand, or is this kind of the first time, you know, you're looking for something?
Well, so here's what happened. So this company called Stronghouse, I don't know if you've heard of them or not, Stronghouse Solutions. So last year when I got out of the hospital, you know, I was kind of screwed. I didn't have any jobs lined up or nothing. So I went on Indeed and I filled out some applications. Well, Stronghouse got a hold of me and they wanted me to become an independent seller for them, but I could keep my business as well. So that's how I have a team behind me now. They're giving me 50% commission on everything I sell for them. So that's fucking huge. And I get a team to run everything for me. I supplements everything. So as far as expanding, I'd say I already did expand joining this company, you know. And I have, after this year, I'll have an opportunity, yes, to have 5 to 10 salesmen under my belt. And then I start getting 7% of their commission. So yeah, that's expanding to me. Yeah. I still keep my LLC. I just run my own team. I can have I can go to as many states as I want with as many guys as I want and have multiple teams and still be team leader of all these different teams. I just got to train them and show them how it's done, you know, and then I get 5% of all their commission too. So,
Gotcha. Okay. Wait, so just to clarify, you're kind of working for another company right now just to get some cash in short term. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I still have I'm still Brainerd Roofing Company. But I am a licensed salesman for Stronghouse as well.
Okay.
So my business cards are going to say Brainerd Roofing Construction and Stronghouse Roofing.
Gotcha.
Because because I'm a 1099 independent contractor for them. I can still sign my own jobs and do my own jobs whenever I want. You know, but when I get into a storm situation, I need these guys to run the back end of shit so I can reach my 3.5 mil. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, for sure. Gotcha. Okay. No, that makes sense. Just wondering, How much time would you say you spend a week working for that company?
Right now, I mean, I've been going up to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and just doing the trainings and stuff right now. I mean, I just started a couple weeks ago. So
Okay.
we've done nothing but training and which their training, you know, is cool, I guess, but I brought a lot of stuff that I know to their training as well. So
Yeah.
so there's, I mean, we're not really working right now.
Yeah. Gotcha. No, fair enough. But like what I'm asking is like, would you be ready to kind of scale right now?
Yeah,
Or is
dude.
it something where
Yeah.
you want to kind of maybe build up some cash first by, you know, maybe working for that company, and then kind of like maybe invest into some sort of marketing? What's your approach here? What do you want to do?
Well, what do you guys? I've got, like I said, I just got my house approved for a shit ton of money, so I've got money to play with. But what do you guys? I mean, the kid that called me, he said that you guys generate insurance approved estimates or customers,
Appointments.
and you're on some kind of pay to, or you don't have to pay till you get a lead or something like that. You're saying, or
Yeah, it's like a pay on results basis, so it's like results based, right?
so. So what
Now
are you wondering? I'm ready to go, man. Like I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go talk to people and start signing contracts. So that's where I stand.
100%. That's awesome.
Whether it's for me or whether it's for them or whoever it's for, I'm still selling the roof and I'm still the one doing, you know, making the sale.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to be getting 50%. So like if you sell a roof for 20 grand, you're getting 10K.
If I sell a roof for 20K, it's 40, 40, 10.
Okay.
There's 10% that goes to their overhead. The company gets 40% and I get 40%. My bad. It's not 50%, it's 40%. But yeah, so I get 8K, yeah. That's the only reason I'm doing this, man, because I'm like, holy shit, you guys, and they've got like 1,200 fucking salesmen nationwide, dude. This company is crazy. They've only been in business 4 years, and they've already bought out some of the biggest roofing companies in America. They're just buying up everything. So I think it's kind of a good company to get into. You know, there's a lot of work possibilities to move up in that company if I wanted to, you know, down the road, sell mine or let them buy me out like they wanted to originally. But I was like, no, I'm not selling, you know, but I will sell for you guys, but I'm not selling you my company.
For sure.
So yeah.
Well, ultimately, Cody, if your goal is 3.5 million, I feel like, you know, it would make sense at some point to maybe put your focus more on your own company rather than theirs, because you're trying to grow on your own. You know, that's, I mean, from what you told me, at some point, obviously, I'm not saying to kind of go all in now because the jobs are not there yet, but once they're starting to flow in, it would be maybe worth to consider that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this on my own for 10 years, dude. Like 10 years I've done this. I've been roofing since I was 13 years old. I'm 42 now. And I installed roofs for the first 20 years of that. And then 2015, I decided to go on my own because my boss is a fucking jerk. And I was still only making $20 an hour after 20 years of fucking working for the cocksucker. So I was like, I want 35 or I'm leaving, you know? So I left. And I've tried hiring people to do the back end stuff, secretaries, you know, salesmen. I've tried hiring people. I've been burned by everybody that I hire, and I'm not doing that. And in order to make this work in this industry, I need the people in the back end, you know. That's the only way I'm gonna do it. So
100%.
It just depends on how it goes, man. Like if I could find people to back me up in my company and that would show up every day and, you know, do my books and shit like that, I definitely keep doing what I'm doing. I definitely just focus on my company. But at this point, man, it's like I'm burnt out on all just the computer work and running the crews and, you know, everything, man. It gets to be quite a bit for one guy.
Yeah.
I got a 14-year-old daughter that I got every other week, and it's just like, you know, I guarantee I'll make more money selling for this company than I will for myself. I guarantee it. I'll have more time to sell.
So this is the discovery. Just so you know, this call ended up in a 1 call close, as I do most of my calls, right? Now, if you're dealing with A-type personalities, you need to go for the 2 call close for this one here. Because if you're dealing with very sophisticated prospects that are making a lot of money every single year, they're not gonna fall for your sales tactics, right? So you need to kind of like widen the process pretty much, right? So the 1 call close is ideal for maybe unsophisticated prospects who don't make too much money, who already make a couple of million a year, right? Keep a notebook at all times, take some notes while you're on the call. I don't do this anymore nowadays because I just know kind of what the typical answers are, but still do it. And most of the time, as I said, I'm gonna go for a 1 call close. Now, 2 call close. If you're dealing with more sophisticated prospects, make a lot of money, it makes sense to do this because, like, look, if you're trying to like push for the sale, first time of them talking to you, it's gonna come off a bit weird because they know the sales game. They've been at it for years now. So yeah, that's just the way I view it. Now, by the way, the first call is to gather information and then the second call is to pitch and close. How do we pitch your services? So if you did your VSL properly, the pitching should be easy, okay? Your pitch should have this structure, all right? It's very similar as in the cold call. So you start off with a high-level promise of what you do, okay? So we help X people achieve this results by using this process, right? Then you relay or you make them remember one of the main problems they told you at the start and you propose a solution. You explain what it is. You explain how it's different. You explain why it works. And then you back it up with social proof and you do this 3 times for 3 different problems they told you, okay? Mental frame to keep in mind. Show, don't tell. Don't tell them you're the best. Show them. Don't tell them you have a ton of people you work with. Show them. Or if you don't have any, don't tell them that, right? That's the name of the game, right? In sales, we never want to be making statements. We always want to have our social proof be the thing that speaks for us, right? Speaks for itself. Let's go back here. Now, typically on these calls, I'm going to be aiming for a PIF or a retainer, right? Rarely will I ever make a custom offer on the spot, okay? But as far as custom offers and maybe like cross-selling and stuff, I have a few strategies for you to use here. So half upfront and half when they achieve X results. So for example, you can be like, okay, so we can do half now and the other half whenever you get your first job signed or whenever you get your first appointment booked in or whenever the first 5 of these come in, whatever, right? Half now, and half after the first month. Satisfaction guarantee, ROI guarantee. And in this call I showed you earlier, a second ago, I actually ended up using one of these strategies. So I'm going to be playing that segment of the call for you to see and how I ended up closing the client.
Well, I mean, I'd be dumb at this point with the experience I've had in the past with this. I'd be a complete idiot that's not learning from my mistakes in the past at all. That's a lot of trust, man. You know, it's a lot of money and that's a lot of trust I'm putting in you. I don't even know you. So at this point, I'm gonna have to think on it. Because I'm not about to. I've been burned in the past like this, man. I mean, you're obviously good at what you do. I can tell, but you know, you could be, I don't. You could take my money and run. I mean, I don't know what So, and the leads might not be good, but can you show what's a typical? What's your guys? How many square typically is a lead that you guys are getting? Like, is it a bigger home or smaller homes or what are they? I mean,
pretty easily understandable. So I guess what kind of doubts are you still having? Are you still having doubts about whether this is going to work or
just? I've done this in the past and I've been totally burnt. I've been robbed basically in the past by these companies.
But the stuff that you've done in the past doesn't really apply here because it's something totally different. You said you tried Google. The company messed up by.
No, I'm saying Angie's leads and networks and shit and all that people.
I'm not Angie's List though.
I know you're not, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know you're not. Yeah, of course you're not Angie's leads. You seem like you do a lot better job, but still, in the back of my head is, do I do this again or not? Do I try this again? keep trying the same things I've done in the past, or?
Well, Cody, what's your other option? Like you said, I mean, you're kind of employed right now. You said that you want to do 3.5 this year. You're kind of at a point right now where you need, in my opinion, my honest opinion, you need external help because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you might be working on with the other company every single day. You might be door knocking, you might be doing the sales stuff. I mean, the way I'm seeing it, like, how are you going to squeeze in time for your own company without having leads being sent to you so you can just take care of those leads? Like, how are you going to juggle 2 companies at the same time? How's that going to work?
Well, I mean, if I'm out door knocking, I'm door knocking for myself too. I mean, it's if I come across a job when I'm out door knocking and it's a huge job that I want, well, I'm gonna go ahead and take that fucker, you know. But what's the point when I don't have no one to help in the back end?
But do you want to be a sales rep or do you want to be a business owner?
At this point, honestly, dude, like, I mean, I've been a business owner and I've come to find out that I am a fucking awesome salesman, but not a very good. I don't run my business well. I don't run it well. You know, I don't do the back end shit. So, I mean, I just don't do it. So, I mean, I've turned out decent. I mean, I've done pretty well for myself, I'd say, but
You definitely did.
I just
100%.
don't have the fucking patience or anything anymore to sit down in front of the computer and do all the shit, you know. So until I come across somebody that can run my office and shit, and you know, I'm probably just gonna focus on selling for these guys, which it don't matter if like I said, you're still getting paid no matter what. You can still advertise my company, and you know, I'm just selling it for them, so they can have their crew come and I can keep selling. I mean, I'm not asking for nothing. I don't ask for anything for nothing, you know. But can we do something to like gain my trust? Can we do like half of that and just show me, like, do half of that, show me a couple leads, show me that you guys are gonna do what you say you're gonna do, and if I go to the appointments and they're good leads, then we can, you know, do the other 1,500 and get this thing going.
Here's the thing. If that's what you need to pull the trigger, right? I'm happy to provide that because, again, I don't care about the short-term cash. I'm more about the 12-month cash here. 1 month cash is it's all right. It's all right money, you know. 12-month cash is it's a big bucks, you know. That's what I'm after. Being honest here, you know. Might sound greedy, but that's me, right? I'm not.
Hey man, we're all in this for money, dude. That's the only reason it's why we're all in this, you know.
So look, Cody, what I can do for you, and again, I normally don't do this. If that's what it takes, I'm willing to extend this offer to you here only on this call. Instead of doing the 3K upfront right away, what I can do, just split it up, meaning you can do 1,500 today, right? And the other 1,500 after the first, let's say, 3 appointments generated. So you've gotten kind of a bit, you know, couple, I guess, test subjects, if you will, to see, hey, is this really gonna be the thing for me or not? Which I'm pretty sure it will, 100%. But yeah, would that make things a bit easier for you?
Did that payment go through?
I think it did, yeah. When did you want to talk, on Monday or Tuesday? So that should give you a pretty decent understanding of how we use this stuff. Now, keep in mind, you can't help everybody. So if someone ends up not buying from you, which happens sometimes, or most of the time, really, that's totally fine. Okay, understand that sales is a numbers game. So every no brings you closer to a yes. Even sometimes I get rejected. Okay, and I don't take it personally, because when someone rejects you, they're not rejecting you; they're rejecting your business proposal, which you have to separate yourself. You're not your company. You're yourself, right? And they're rejecting your company. So, all right, this is good. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So sales is like a straight line. Okay, so it starts right here and it ends right here, right? So this is a straight line. So it's obviously this is not entirely straight, whatever. there, okay. Doesn't matter. Let's say this is a straight line. Okay. Here's the start where you kind of set the agenda. This should be the first kind of like step of the call. A for agenda. Here, C for close. Okay. Now throughout this process, let's say here, the first section here, you kind of do the discovery, then you pitch them here, and they ask you questions here, then you do the temp check here, and then maybe objections, and then it closes, right? That's how the call normally should go. Let's say, for example, though, in the discovery, they take you off script. This applies even to a cold call as well. Let's say here you give them the pitch, and obviously in cold call, but this would be the pitch, and this would be the questions, and then obviously these steps wouldn't be existent, right? But let's say here, during the question phase, they start asking you questions instead of you asking them questions. Let's say they ask you, also, how many leads can you generate them? See, they go off script. They go up here, right? But you want to have them here, right? They ask you, okay, so how many leads can I be getting? And if you tell them, oh, let's say when you talk, it kind of goes here. Oh, I can probably get you around 10 leads a month. And you leave it at that. This shit stays here. And then the combo is like way out of balance. And then there's silence. And then the call is kind of like cooked. Right? This is not what we want to do. So what we want to do instead is, let's say they kind of like come here and they're like, oh, so like how many leads can you generate me each month? What you might say is, okay, so typically with our clients, it totally depends on your area, right? But usually our clients see an average of, 15 to 20 projects each month, depending on their volume. That being said, what is your volume? Then you loop it back. You throw it back at them. And you see how this loop kind of appears here? This is what I call looping, right? Where they try to take you off script, but you loop it back at them with a short answer and a very precise, relevant question that makes sense at that stage, and you bring them back to where you want to have them, which is on this line right here. And let's say, they answer your question, then it might go back here again. But what's your price? And then they're up here, down here again, right? Whatever, price is, you can be like, like an answer, like a vague answer of like, hey, depends on your needs, whatever. I would love to give you an accurate number, but I just really can't. That being said, it usually ranges from like $30 to $60 per appointments. But, how do you currently get your appointments? Boom. Throw it back at them, question at them, boom. They're back here. Like, does that make sense, the way I explain it?
Yeah. Basically, You're not trying to close the question. You're trying to keep it going.
Yeah, because like if you, let's say someone gives you like a fucking question and you just answer it, right? Let's say here's the question and you answer, okay, cool, yeah, our price is this. Then you took it here and then you revealed everything already, but you have to get back here and you're so far out now that it's just like difficult to kind of get back here. Like if you tell them, hey, our price is 3K up front, this is where you are. You're probably, actually, you're probably down here because like you don't want to be doing that. It's gonna be very difficult to like loop back like this. Like it's just gonna take a lot, So to visualize, this is how I want to have you view this. So what you want to do instead is precise, short answer, which would be this, right? And then question, boom, and then they're back here. Where you want to have them on the line. Okay.
Okay.
Does that kind of help? Like.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Any questions on this at all?
Not right now. I'm just trying to process it and try to understand it right now. But if I do, I'll probably just text the group chat or I'll DM you.
Well, do you have any questions right now about this?
No, not really. I think I get what you're trying to say.
Okay. Cool. Well, as far as cold calls goes, specifically too, I feel like cold calls are extremely simple. Right, with cold calls, just to illustrate it as well, there's multiple sections. Section 1 is introductory section, right? You kind of is telling them, hey, I'm a business owner myself out here in Florida, whatever, you know. I would just like to talk, right? And what that does in their brain subconsciously, oh, business owner, okay, he's like me. He's not trying to sell me something. He's one of me, you know. He's one of us, right? If you tell them, hey, this is Manoj with this company, and how are you today, sir? Whatever, bro. That is so much sales breath. It's really bad. Okay. But if you tell them, hey, I'm a business owner myself. I'm like you. I'm just trying to talk some business. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, fair enough. Let's talk. You know. That's the first thing, right? Then second thing is the pitch. So some structure for you, obviously. Let's do here, intro, whatever, right? Doesn't matter. Intro, boom. This is the first thing. And here, the actual pitch. Be like, cool. So like, what my company does is, you know, we work with a couple, you know, remodelers right now to do X, Y, and Z. And the cool thing about us is we're not like Angie, meaning we don't share your leads, whatever. So when you give them a pitch, right? You give them an extremely short pitch that explains what your service does, like not what it does, but like the end result, plus a differentiation. I'm not gonna write that shit here because that's gonna just take forever. You say differentiate, whatever. You know what I mean, right? And what that does for you, or what that does in the prospect's mind now, it differentiates you from all the other guys that call them. So instead of putting them putting you into a bucket like everybody else of like, oh, salesperson from Angie, hang up the phone, they're going to keep listening because they're going to think, oh, this is something else. This is a small company. You know, let me pay attention here. Let me listen to this, right? Then 3 is the actual questioning / conversation phase. Here, let's do here Q plus C, so question plus conversation, right? So after you pitch them and you differentiate yourself, you can be like at the end, cool. So like that being said, I mean, how are your books looking like? Like, do you guys still take on work? I know winter is, you know, approaching here, or you know, we're in winter right now. How has it been going for you? Because I've been talking to a few guys down in Minnesota, whatever, Ohio. They've kind of been struggling a bit. What have you been experiencing? So you kind of have a question and you invite them to have a conversation with you, right? And this conversation then, you know, this leads back to the question. You keep asking them questions, be like, okay, so when you say it's been a bit slow for you, like, what are we looking at? How many projects each month? 2. Okay, gotcha. How much do you normally do? 5. Okay, so like your business will kind of cut in half. Okay, cool. Why is that? Oh, you know, because winter is kind of bad where we are and it's so cold and nobody's getting their shit done. Okay. Do you think that there's people in your area right now that are still getting projects consistently? Yes. Why? Oh, because they're doing some sort of marketing. Okay, so like what you need then is maybe marketing. Have you thought about that? No. Why not? And then you kind of go down that route, you know? Actually, you just question them. You just conversate with them, right? That's what the conversation stage is all about. You just find out more about their business, and you ask follow-up questions that make sense, that are not salesy. You simply just find out where they are and what they need. That's it, right?
Okay.
And once you get a bit of information, you book them in. So step 4 is the final step. You're like, okay, actually, I mean, maybe 4 and 4.5 is you diagnose them. So you'd be like, hey, so like what you're saying is you're struggling with a bit of exposure. You're not talking, like you said, that sales is not really an issue for you. It's more about just getting in front of more people here. So what you're saying is if you had 10 appointments each day with good people, that you'd be closing at least 8 of them? Yes. Okay, cool. Well, that's perfect. So like what we do is we really put you in front of more people and we kind of do this and this and this. And then obviously kind of that goes into maybe like 4 or 4.5, whatever you want to call it. Let's say called step 5, is you're booking them in. That's simple, right? Booking. Oh my god, I'm on a trackpad, by the way, and that's why this looks horrendous. My finger is like, oh my God. You get the point, right? Booking. You're like, okay, diagnose. Like, I see this thing on a daily basis. Let me propose a solution to you. And the solution is not your service, and it's not the service at all. It is the call with you. That is the solution, okay? We're not selling a service here at all. At all. We are selling a call that could then open the solution, you know, to then potentially solving the issue later on the line, right? The full, like a sales call, sorry, a cold call or a SMS call is not about selling your product at all. It is all about just selling the actual second call with you, where they can talk to an expert in the field who can then take a look at their problem and then potentially prescribe them a solution if there's a fit, right? So you're pitching the booking then again. So you're pitching them again. You'd be like, okay, so like what I can do, let's hop on a call. What I'll do completely free of charge is I will make you a custom game plan that is going to do X, Y, and Z for you. And so regardless if you kind of like move forward with us or not on the call, you will have an extreme deep understanding of what you need to do in your business next. So you'll walk away with value either way. Sound fair enough? Cool. What time works for you tomorrow? And then you get it locked in. I mean, this is maybe a sixth and final step, booking locked in. So like we're booking locked in, LI, whatever. Boom, boom. Okay, booking locked in. And that's it. This is the final step. This is how a cold call should be structured. If you follow this, then there's like no reason how you could fail. And this goes back here as well to this here, as I was explaining earlier. On a cold call, if they keep asking questions, all of a sudden, if they start asking questions about shit that doesn't matter, they're going on the loop. And you want to catch them here at the top, where they're at their peak interest. You want to take them back down to where you want to have them. Again, if it happens again, boom, you catch them here, you stop them. You answer the question here, and then you take them back down with throwing them another question from here. And then you kind of have them back at the baseline, and then you put them here to the close, which is what matters. All right. So this is your little kind of like master class on how sales works.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that made a lot more sense.
Cool. Do you have any questions on this?
No, not really. I'm gonna watch the video and then it'll probably give me even better understanding.
Perfect.
And if I have any questions, I'll ask.
Sounds good. Perfect. Just let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Cool. That was a long answer. For most people, the sales aspect is the most difficult part here, but for my mentees, it is super easy. I mean, this is my own case study here. I ended up closing two 10K days in a row, which is pretty cool. 4.5K on a day, right? 6.5K yesterday, so pretty cool. Same thing for actually my mentees, right? So Amir, 4.5K PIF. He's actually he was pulling a me here actually, which is pretty funny. And Fergus at 5.5K PIF. Obviously, these are just a couple of the results. These are my highlights. If you want to check them out, go on my Instagram. Do your own thing, but this is what this sales system can produce for you in action. So I'm gonna include a segment as well now from one of the vlogs I made a couple months back that had me close deals left and right by using this exact sales system.
Since your payment was declined by the bank, please check your details or try another method. All right, I'll call you back, but I already signed the contract. I'm just trying to make the payment now.
Okay, sounds good. Just text me once it went through. All right, talk to you soon, man.
All right, buddy. Let me get this taken care of and I'll text you when it's done.
Sounds good, man. Talk to you soon. All right, boys, easy sale. So I just closed the guy at 8:20 p.m. This email came 7:52. Easy 3K PIF. Pretty good. We have a sales call in literally 10 minutes. Actually, I'm double booked. So let me show you. I'm double booked right here, so I have to like take 2, but it's fine. Let's fucking get it. Maybe I can even close another one. Boys, I was just thinking, how the fuck was I satisfied with 10K a week when I was scaling the agency back in the days? That's so shit. Like, I've taken 2 sales calls. I kid you not, 2 sales calls in 2 days. And I closed both and I made 6K. Like, imagine if I take 10 a day. Obviously, I'm not gonna close everybody at that rate, which is fine. But what if I close 5 people a day? That's like 15 grand. Boys, it is 11:17. I'm so fucking tired. I slept like 3 or 4 hours last night. I went to bed at like 5 a.m. Woke up at 9 or 10 a.m. I've got so much fucking work to do still. It's nuts. I have so many guys I need to like call up. I have 2 or 3 more sales calls. It's retarded, but yeah, that's the grind phase, so it's fine. We'll make it work. What's good, boys? It's another day. Today's the 9th of August, and today I just woke up. It's Saturday. Actually, I slept for so long, because you have to imagine, in the past 48 hours I have maybe slept 5 hours. So I just slept in like super late today till like 1:30 p.m. It's 4 p.m. now. I did some mindset stuff. Did some work, and I'm about to hit the gym, eat, and then we have a few calls lined up. Make some bandos, and yeah. Boys, I'm busy setting right now. Probably gonna do it here for 20 more minutes. Then I got a sales call actually here, and then I'm gonna close the guy. Then I'm gonna probably go to a hookah bar with a few of my friends, and then I have an onboarding call actually. And yeah, then we're probably gonna just chill, smoke some hookah, call it a day, make some bands. Alright, boys, so it's the next day. Just walking outside. I'm gonna go to the Dubai Mall, have a coffee, have a sales call later, and just work a lot, you know? It's the end of the game. So I'll see you guys there. I might meet up with Ellis, I'm not sure, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Alright, boys, just had a little coffee in Dubai Mall. We're just walking here to the Uber. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Alright, boys, easy, another 3K deal. So it is Sunday. It is literally 5 p.m. in Dubai, which is, I think, what time is that? That's 9 a.m. in the US. And we're pretty much already, what is that? I think over 10K on the week. And I've only taken really, I think 4 sales calls. And I closed 3, which is pretty sick. So easy fucking deal. Let's fucking get it. We have a few more sales calls lined up. So let's see if I can close a few more dudes. And yeah. Alright, boys, we're in the gym now. I got a call in like an hour, so we're gonna just hit a quick gym sesh. Check out the view. This is like really nuts. Like, this is probably one of the best gym views I've ever seen. Like, imagine working out here. This is like where you fucking just do your shit, like nuts. Me or whatever. This is just what you have to like spend anyway if you want to market yourself. You know, that's just like the thing. Exactly, you know, like if you run a billboard ad, whatever, you're gonna have to pay the billboard company or whatever. You know, so that's that. Usually, I recommend to go with 50 a day for the start. Again, I can tell you one thing, like most of my clients, after the first 1 or 2 weeks, they tell me like, hey man, like, can we up this? Because we need more, usually. Now with Scott, obviously, because he kind of like, it seemed like that he wasn't really committed to kind of doing roofing. It was like not ideal, you know? Now I'm not sure, has Scott told you anything about kind of like how much he paid us or how the whole like structure works or whatever? Has he told you anything?
Yeah. So I
Okay. Pretty much we have like 3 packages. I think Scott went for the first one, like the lowest tier one. Well, who would have thought? We ended up closing this guy. Easy 4.5K deal. It's only 9:30 p.m. as you can see. Camera focus, please. There we go. And we have a few more sales calls to go. So it's only 1:30 p.m. in Dubai, in US. We have 1 sales call here, and I think we have a lot here. Yeah, we got 5 more sales calls. These are all full tonight. So 3:30 a.m. I'm gonna be busy. So let's see if I can hit a 15K day. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, I think we got this in the bag. We're up like 6.5K on the day already. Yeah, easy. All right, just packed my shit. I'm just gonna be checking out here right now. I'm just gonna order a Uber. Sure, let's go Lux. There's something above black. Hell yeah, let's go that. That's gonna be $10. Pretty much like a 2-minute car ride, but who cares? Money's not driven. We made 6.5K yesterday. We might as well just treat ourselves. I don't care. All right, boys, we're back at this crib here. Back in good old times. Sick ass view. Desk again is set up right here, same spot as before. And I got a few sales calls today. I actually got quite a lot, I think 8 or 9. So We'll see if we can close some dudes and yeah, make some bands. So yeah, well, hello there. Can you guess what I'm about to tell you? So it's almost 4 a.m. now. I've went for the past 48 hours with no sleep. I just closed someone at 3K again. This makes, in the past 7 days, we've made 18.5K. And it's like, you have to remember, I'm doing this challenge just for fun. I'm not doing this because I need to make more money and all that stuff. I just genuinely do this for fun. This is a complete new agency from the ground up. And first week I've made almost pretty much 20K. I've just hopped off another sales call. This guy's gonna pay me tomorrow morning. I don't know how people struggle with taking action. This is so easy. Most people watching this are like half in, half out with this stuff. That's why you're lacking motivation. That's why you can't take action. That's why you're not making any money, because you're not committing all the way. Tomorrow I'm gonna be making $10,000. Tomorrow you're gonna watch me do it. So either you're gonna watch me do this and just feel like, oh cool, good for him, it's probably fake. It's fucking not. I can show you my bank statements here. Or you can do something with this and be inspired and take action for yourself. That being said, take action, don't be a pussy, and you got this. You know what I realized after making 10K the first time in a day is that is 10K a month is genuinely online money minimum wage. Genuinely. Because think about it, 10K a month can't even buy you that much. Yes, you can travel. Yes, you can have, you know, a few experiences. You can maybe go to dinner every other night or so, but you can't do anything crazy. You can't really just buy a sick car. You can't really fly business class, fly first class. You can't really stay in the best Airbnbs. You can do some things, but not much, okay? So what you need to understand is 10K, delete that from your achievement list. That is nothing. That is the bare minimum you have to be making to survive nowadays. Because you know, the second you start to idolize something, you put it above you, and therefore you will never get it, because if something is above you, you feel like you're not deserving of it. Okay, so view 10K a month as shit, that's so low and it's worth nothing, and you deserve 100K a month. You deserve 10K a day. That's what you should believe. Alright boys, I just hopped off a sales call, closed them for 4.5K. So this doesn't bring us to 7.5K for today, because obviously I closed someone today at 3 a.m. So it obviously adds it in, you know, for today, but that's technically yesterday. So yeah, 4.5K on the day. I got a sales call in 10 minutes. This guy is super, super warm. So let's see if I can close him again. I have another follow-up call later today for 3K again. So this guy's probably gonna pay. He started paying yesterday. His card declined or something. So yeah, I think this is gonna be definitely a 10K day. I got, let's see how many more sales calls. I got 2, 3, and obviously a follow-up call. So pretty much 4 sales calls, 4 opportunities to make some bands. So yeah, this is it, man. This is so easy. I don't know anybody struggles with signing clients. If you show someone that this has worked in the past and you attach it, or you kind of back it by a guarantee that it's gonna work, why would you not close? Anybody's watching this who's struggling with sales, it is literally just about the value proposition. If someone doesn't buy from you, they don't see the value in your product. So the way you show them value is by showing them this has worked in the past, tangible results, have them call up on your existing clients, right? And give them a guarantee. You should be confident in your service, because like what you do can probably change someone's life. So give them a guarantee. It is so easy to fulfill on like basic guarantees. So I'm telling you, if you struggle with sales, I don't know what to tell you. This is so easy. I don't know, but if you need help, you know where to find me. Boys, I cannot stop closing. I closed another guy for 3K right now. I know this is so insane, but look at this shit. I'm refreshing the fucking page. This is not fucking fake. Look at this shit. I'm gonna click refresh right here, right now. Look at this. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Total earnings today. There we go. Here, it's like nuts. Weekly, we've done 20 grand this week roughly, which is not too bad. Isn't it crazy that some people make 20K a year? I just made someone's yearly salary in a week. Isn't that nuts? And the thing is, we're not even done yet. I have another follow-up call later today, and let me show you what the guy just told me. He couldn't call then, which is fine, but I have a follow-up call with him later. He said he wants to go. I do want to move forward, but I'm selling these fuckers is the name of the game. Like, what is going on, bro? Is this gonna be like a 20K day? I'm overwhelmed. I'm so overstimulated. This is so crazy, bro. So this should prove to you that sales is fairly easy, and most people just overcomplicate it when it really doesn't have to be. So let's move on. Logistics. Now that you've signed a client, or now that you've gotten a yes from a client, we have to do 2 things, okay? And by the way, like, they're not a client unless they have done these 2 things. First of all, paid you and signed the contract, okay? And you must live by this principle, and let me explain why. So a client is not a client. Like, if someone pays you an invoice, but they have not signed the contract that says, hey, there's no refunds on this, you're locked in, then they can just ask for a refund next day if they haven't signed the contract yet, but I paid you. Same thing, if they signed the contract but have not paid you, that doesn't mean anything. Well, it's a piece of paper, it's electronically signed. It doesn't mean anything, it has no value, right? Contracts they're not real things in my opinion, because you're not gonna sue each other, right? It's just like there to kind of like make sure that both parties understand what is provided, right? So that's the thing, okay? So don't be happy unless both things are done. And really you should be doing both of those things on the closing call. Right after they said, yes, I want to do this, get both things done. Now, if either one of these things is missing, they could be back in the last minute. Realistically, you're not going to either sue each other, but this is just both of you understand the terms, pricing, and what is expected from each side. And I literally use ChatGPT for my contracts. Now, you can use it as well. Just make sure to kind of tell it to include these things. Deliverables, guarantees, upfront costs, monthly costs, cancellation, confidentiality, and all the other basic contract legalities. Now, there's different tools you can use for sending out contracts. I use DocuSign, there's PandaDoc, there's HelloSign, there's Dropbox Sign. There's so many different ones. I use this one here, personally. It doesn't matter. They do all the same thing. WAP is for payment processing. I love WAP. It is, in my opinion, the best payment processor out there. It is fucking goated. Okay, there's different ones as well. They all do the same thing. Doesn't really matter which one you use. The main difference is the UI and fees. Okay, so this is how to acquire clients from A to Z and how to get them really on as a client, right? Now let's talk about actually fulfillment. Okay, now the onboarding process is where most people mess up. Okay, they have lousy onboarding processes that like leave the prospects in the dark about everything and that set the wrong expectations. Okay, so this is where the fun begins. Okay, now that you've signed a client, it's time to onboard them. Now your onboarding process should consist of three steps. Okay, so onboarding application, call, and kickoff call. Onboarding call, kickoff call. So that way. Now, the first of 3 steps, application. All right. So right after closing the client, you send them like an onboarding form or like an application that collects basic info and information relevant to the marketing campaign. So things like, for example, their service area, the average ticket price, what areas they want to avoid, you know, those types of things. And I send my clients a Google form. A time form works just as well. So this is what it looks like, you know, onboarding form, whatever, and then they just fill it out. It takes 5 or 10 minutes to do. Now, this is the question you have to ask. Basic info, CRM. So you have to ask for their API key, right? If they use a CRM. If not, it's fine. You just give them the CRM. Daily ad spend chosen, services provided, service areas covered, guarantees, warranties used to USP on the ads, Google Drive with marketing content for the creatives, and tax ID. The not SSN business EIN, all right? So I like to create zaps to send automated onboarding emails as well as soon as they get submitted. So when someone pays or when someone submits the form, like they get this type of email, which kind of just sends them like, hey, you know, congrats, whatever, text them on WhatsApp, and that's it, right? And you can do this with Zapier. So I have Zaps where whenever someone pays, this is one of the old ones. I used to use Stripe. Nowadays, obviously, it's WAP. It sends a message into my Slack, kind of notifying my team that we have a new client and that they have to get to work on them. Or also, you can use a Google Sheets thing as well. So whenever you get a payment in, you put the payment into a Google Sheet. So this is it for the onboarding form. Nothing really too crazy. Now, let's move on to the onboarding call. This is really the most important part of the onboarding process because this will literally frame your entire future relationship with your customer, because this is where they really get to know you and your company, how you work, right? If you have a shitty onboarding process, then your client is going to regret paying you. And they're going to be like, hey, is this really worth it? And then they might ask for refunds and all that nasty stuff. So make sure to nail this, and I'm going to show you how. So 2 ways to approach this. Again, both doesn't really matter. It's the same thing, but you can onboard them right there and then on the closing call. Good if you have time and reduces buyer's remorse, or a dedicated onboarding call for another day. More professional, still good, right? There's basically no difference. Just shoot on depending on the situation, you know? So my calls are back to back. So I have schedules. My schedule is like back to back calls. I can't do it on the call because then I might overrun the other call. So I usually kind of just pick it another day to do this. But depending on your exact services, you'll have to get access to different softwares. So typically, if it's Facebook ads, CRM, Facebook Business Suite, calendar of choice, VoIP if needed, communication moving forward, okay? So communication cadences pretty much. So for Facebook, this is, I mean, all the stuff you can really look up on Google. I mean, this is super easy stuff, you know. But the most tricky stuff is setting up their business manager. So you gotta go to business.facebook.com. You gotta go to people and send yourself an invite as an admin, okay? And obviously make an ad account as well with their payment info. But that is the most important part, because sometimes what Facebook does is, for some reason, it's whenever you make a new business portfolio and like a new business manager, sometimes for whatever reason it restricts it right away and it bans it, and then you have to have your client provide their ID and identification and stuff, and then it unblocks them within 10 minutes. But it's something to keep in mind. Facebook might cause you some issues, right? But it's fairly easy to resolve. Now, once you've gotten all the technical things done, move on to setting expectations and always explain what the next steps are moving forward, okay? So you never want to keep clients in the blue about stuff. So I like to use the framework, book a meeting from meeting. What this means is whenever a call is completed, you want to book the next call. So for example, this is for every single step of the process. If you cold call someone, you book a meeting. If you hop on the sales call with someone, then for the meeting that is booked, right? And they end up paying you, you book the onboarding call. On the onboarding call, you talk to them. At the end, you book a check-in call for like a week or for 2 weeks from now. On the check-in call, you book another check-in call, you know? So like, you always book a meeting from a meeting, and you also have to keep them in the loop about next steps. You know, like, your client should never be wondering, what do I do now? Like, what is the next step here? Like, you should be always telling them, hey, next step is for me to get you onboarded. Next step is here. I'm going to be waiting for you to send me the content for the campaign. I'm going to be waiting for you to like submit the onboarding form. They should always know what is next, and typically you should be telling them what to do next. Like, you should never be like, hey, I will do this now, because then they feel like you're slow. You should be telling them, hey, the next step is for you to do this, right? So it's in their control. Very important. And you can watch me do this live as well. I have a recent onboarding call from a couple of days ago that I'm going to be inserting here as well. Awesome. Cool. This is really it, Joseph, as far as the technical stuff goes, the boring stuff.
Okay.
Next steps here is I would need those that content, right? The before and after pictures, the crew pictures if you have any, the pictures of you on a roof, like selfie style. Those work pretty well because they're transparent. Or either, I mean, if you still want to do them, you guys can just plug it through, and it doesn't really matter who does them.
Okay.
Yeah, then once I have those pictures, I'll get my team to work on everything right now, and then we can have a sort of kickoff call before anything goes live, where I'll kind of show you, hey, this is where you'll be getting the leads, this is the CRM, this is the whole process, everything you have to pretty much know. Then if everything is good, we can just go ahead and launch it. So
okay, sweet. And then you want me to just email you pictures and logos and all of that?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead and email those over, and just let me know over text, because they tend to get buried in my email because I do get quite a lot of stuff every day.
Cool.
And then then we should be good to go, really. Now, once we have them onboarded, let's go ahead and go to the kickoff call. So the kickoff call comes right after you've built out the backend ads and you are only one button away from launching. So before you start advertising in the client's name, you have to make sure that he resonates with the advertising and there's no confusion about anything. Most of the time, this is a very short call, 15-20 minutes, right? And throughout this call, you want to set expectations, but don't overpromise, okay? Like, this is italic and this is so important. Underpromise and overdeliver, okay? And the reason why is most companies overpromise. So if you underpromise and then, let's say, a month rolls around and they got more than expected, you're gonna trigger a wow effect, which is what we want, okay? Now, I know that my system is a banger and I can get them a lot of money in every single time when I get a client. So I go for that wow effect, and I do that by showcasing my entire process A to Z. Okay, from lead applying to how I will turn those leads into booked jobs. Okay, and if your client approves of everything, launch fast. And this is me showcasing the process to them on a kickoff call. Now, let's move on to one of the most important softwares for your agency. If you're new to the agency space, I'm going to blow your mind right now. But if you know about this, then this is still going to be valuable for you. So most beginners make the mistake of stitching together 10 different tools, right? Usually the agency ends up looking like this. They have HubSpot as a CRM, they have Zapier, they have WordPress, they have Twilio, they have ClickFunnels, they have Typeform, they have MailChimp. they get so much stuff. It's a big mess pretty much, right? Now, that's wrong, okay? Because what if I told you you can ditch 15 different softwares and instead replace it with one single one, which is this one right here, right? GoHighLevel. Now, if you're new to GHL, it does everything you as an agency owner could ever want. You can build websites on it, you can build funnels on it, you can do surveys, you can email workflows, you can SMS workflows, you can do GMB management, you can do a VIP lens, you can buy phone numbers on GoHighLevel, which is insane, for like $1. It's crazy. AI voice agents, CRM, biggest one, right? Let me bold this, right? Pipeline management, ads reporting, client dashboard, and so much more. And what I did here is this is what it looks like when you're in the GoHighLevel account, in a sub account specifically, right? There's so many different things, and I kind of like mapped it depending on how important they are to master and to learn. Okay, so conversations, very important. Like this is one of the most important features of the whole thing. This is where you text with prospects and clients and stuff. Calendars, obviously self-explanatory. Contacts is kind of the leads database pretty much. Opportunities is the pipeline thing, must learn. Payments, not as relevant. AI agents, good to know. Marketing, good to know. Automations, must learn. Sites, must learn. Memberships, not as relevant. Media storage, not as relevant. Reputation, good to know. Reporting, good to know. App marketplace, not as relevant. Mobile app, must learn. Okay. So this might look a bit confusing at the start, but like it is pretty easy to get the hang of it, to be honest. Now, you're probably thinking like this is a lot to set up and learn, and you're right, to be honest. Like most agency owners spend weeks building out their GoHighLevel backends from scratch, only to waste their time. Okay, so they spend time configuring calendars and forms, they build funnels from zero, they try and error until it works, they write automation sequences, they set up their patterns correctly, and this is one of the biggest ones. They struggle to get A to B verified. Okay, now my students get my exact snapshots, okay, that I use till this day. And I spent a lot of time perfecting it, but it's at a point right now where it's allowed me to retain clients for an average of over 12 months. So when I sign someone on, they're staying for at least 12 months, on average 13 months, okay? And that's due to my GoHighLevel configuration that I have. So if you want access to that, you can apply below this video, right? And these are some of the results my guys are seeing, you know? $30 appointment for HVAC, which is very cheap. $2.88, you know? Cost per lead, right? Pretty cheap as well, right? And client printing again, you know? So it works. What can I say? And let's move on to Swipefiles, okay? Because here's the thing, like the way most advertisers work is they're just gonna throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right? Not good, okay? So in my opinion, like there's a better way to do this, and this is how you do it, okay? So this is the ad library on Facebook. This is a free tool that you can use on Facebook. And this was launched back in 2019. Pretty much what it does is you can look up anybody's ads who have been run ever and see how long they've been ran for and a ton of different cool data, okay? So let me show you. So while this form of research is very powerful, and by the way, you can use this to kind of spy on competitors and see what other ads they're running. That's the main tool. That's the main benefit of this tool. You can, like, don't straight copy this. Like, don't straight copy your competitors, right? Because what might have worked for them might not work for you. There's outside factors, you know, like area, like clients, how popular they are, you know, like different things. So you can't just copy and paste what someone else is running. Instead, create Swipefiles where you store ads that you like and see potential in. So there is this tool called Foreplay. It's really pretty cool. It's called, the website is foreplay.co. And pretty much what it does is you can go and search for ads that are being ran right now and kind of just like save them for later, essentially, right? And then you kind of go back, let's say in a month from now, whenever you want to kind of test new ads, and you kind of just take some inspo from there, right? So obviously, I mean, this is paid. If you want to do it for free, just use a Google Doc. Same thing, right? But no one, so here, the way you know if an ad is likely to be producing good results is by seeing how long the advertiser has been running it for. No one leaves up ads that are not converting. So if you find that an ad that has been running for more than 3 months, it is likely a good winner, a good ad, right? So you can see right here, for example, this is an example. This is a screenshot of what it looks like. This was launched in October of 2024, which is a very long time. And this was July 2025. So if someone is running the ad for over 6 months, I would say like they have to be making a lot of money from the ad, you know, typically, right? Unless they're pretty bad advertisers. Different ones here as well, you know, so you can see this is where it says where they started. And always apply your own critical thinking and put yourself in the shoes of the advertiser USP, right? Ask yourself, if you would be, you know, the target audience for an ad like this, would you click on an ad? Would you click on this ad, right? Because like, here's the thing as well, like you'd be surprised, some advertisers, they lose money with advertising. They run ads and they're not making any money, but they still run them because they think that's gonna do anything for them, maybe like exposure or whatever, but it doesn't, you know? So apply your own critical thinking, and I'll show you right now in a second what ads you should avoid and what ads you should never run, okay? So let's, actually before we do that, let me actually show you kind of how this works. So you kind of just go here, ads library, let's just pull that up. So this is it. And then you change country to United States, if that's your niche, obviously. And then all ads. And then you, for example, let's type in roofing. Oops, there we go. So this is how you do it. Let's wait for it to load. So this is it. Now this, I mean, I don't know why someone would run an ad since 2018. This is definitely a glitch, or they just forgot to turn it off. There's no way. But you can see right here, ads that have been running for more than 6 months. Let's say I'll try to find some ads I think would be pretty decent, okay? That have been running for quite some time and that obviously also look pretty promising, okay? So let's keep scrolling here. I think this one would be pretty good. This is a pretty decently long copy. Picture is not too over edited. This could potentially work. Yeah, but you see, you know, it's all about just scrolling through this and finding ads that you think would work, right? Now, let me show you what type of ads don't work, okay? And the main benefit of this tool is just like, instead of spending your own money to research, you can see what others spend their money on and spot trends, okay? So, as a rule of thumb, there are a couple of no-goes you should never do, okay? Don't lie in the advertising, like, for example, this. Free roof government program. 138,000 people already have applied. This is obviously a lie, this is obviously not true, and this is a scam, okay? And think about it this way, the type of prospects who are gonna click on an ad like this, do you even want those leads, right? I mean, more likely than not, they're gonna be broke, they're gonna expect a free roof, and if your client pulls up to them, and it's like, yeah, it's gonna be $20,000, they're gonna be like, what? Like, what are you talking about, you know? So, total BS, don't do this stuff, okay? Or discounts. I don't like discounts because they attract a lower clientele as well. Like, think of the type of prospect that needs a discount in order to move forward, you know? Not the type of leads you want. Avoid. So, yeah, I don't like giving discounts, right? Personally. Now, let's talk about putting this together, okay? Because obviously Swipefiles are good, but we have to put these ads together somehow, okay? So, my process, campaign structure, has 4 different steps, okay? So, ad obviously disguised as a post, destination page, qualification, and scheduling, okay? So let's break them individually down. So you as your client's growth partner should make their life as easy as possible, and you should be solving as many steps as possible for them, okay? So let's start with this one here. So avoid salesy looking ads with the sole focus on getting someone to submit the lead form at all costs, right? We've gotten to a point right now where our prospects have seen so many ads by competitors that they experience banner blindness or ad fatigue. So what that is, where you might be driving along the highway and there's billboards left and right, but you don't even look at them, you don't even pay any attention to them because you've seen so many, and your past experience is billboards are just want to sell me something, they're boring, they're not funny, I'm not even gonna look at them anymore. That's what your brain kind of did unconsciously, right? And in Facebook ads, we call this ad fatigue, where so many people have seen your ad that it stops working, right? So let's say this typically happens when like an area is so small. So like if you have an area your client is in that is like maybe 10,000 people and you advertise an ad, you might show that one ad to those 10,000 people within a week. And at that point, it's going to stop working. It might work in the week before, but then it stops working because everybody's seen the ad. And then obviously, if everybody already knows the ad, then it's going to no longer produce, right? So this just means what used to work no longer does. That's a good thing for me, but a bad thing for advertisers who are not innovating. And especially with Meta's recent Andromeda update, it shook a lot of advertisers who were stuck in their old ways. Now, this is like a recent update that came out for Facebook ads. I mean, if you want to read through this is what it is, right? But long story short, what this is Facebook went away from, like, they value unique creatives nowadays. Like if you have a lot of unique ads, you're going to be favored by the algorithm pretty much. What used to work is you could have identical ads with minor changes, and that would be fine. But nowadays, Facebook is just not going to allocate any budget to those anymore. So that doesn't work anymore. So volume of unique ads, all right? So instead of making your ad look like an ad, do the exact opposite, make it look normal. So these are some bad examples. For example, this is some stuff I would never run. Looks terrible. All right, so let's break it down. So this guy, look at it. Would you stop and read this, or would you scroll past it? First of all, tiny text, over-edited. There's no value proposition here. There's no unique selling points. It says protect your home with the experts at Ready Roofer, where there's a roof repair, new installation of gutter. There is no value. Like, yeah, like this is so commoditized. Like anybody's doing this stuff. Any other roofing company can do the exact same thing. Does that make sense? Like there's no reason why someone should go with this client, right? And this just screams ad. This is even fucking worse. So get your quotes quickly and conveniently with our satellite imagery technology. Yeah, there's no value here at all, right? Instant quotes, anybody's giving instant quotes. This is terrible. This is so bad. Like this might be one of the worst ads ever. This one here. This is probably, out of the three, this is probably the best one, but it's still terrible though, because it is over edited. It is the wrong format. It is the what is it, 9:16 or something. It's like the long format. It's not even like it's not even the right format, and it's way too short, over edited, and yeah, it's just not good. Now, yeah, as I said, these are bad. This might have worked in 2018, but nowadays you have to be more creative. So let me show you some good ads, okay, that I think would work. Disclaimer: these are not my clients. I'm not going to be linking my clients in this video because I don't want to have people funnel hack my clients. But these are some examples. All right, so this, if you saw this on your feed, you would not think this is an ad, which is exactly what he wants. Looks like a normal picture of some dudes in work uniform, you know, standing there, taking a picture, right? Builds trust immediately because it associates a face with the company. Very important. Same thing here. Now, the copy is also pretty long, right? Meaning it is pretty blocky, but it tells a story. There's a point here, right? This one is longer than this here. Obviously, it kind of keeps going, but it just cut off here because I can't paste the whole thing here. But like this, and you can look up these ads as well if you want to, like go on the Facebook ads library and look them up. But there's value here at least, you know? Like this is not the best because it has a price in it, or a fairly cheap price, but you know, like there's a reason why someone should do this. Like there's a value proposition here, right? In this case, it is a fair price. In this case, let's see what it is. We would be more than happy to offer free consultation. Free consultation, that might be a value proposition. But if you would have pitched a free consultation with one of these ads, it would not work because they're too salesy and they're too ad looking, you know? Well, it might work with this one, you know, because it doesn't look like an ad. I sound like a broken record here, but I think the point is clear. No graphics, raw content, storytelling, copy, medium to long form. All right. Destination page. Okay, so there's two types of destination pages you can do. So there's landing pages and then there's lead forms. All right, landing pages is external, lead forms is directly on Facebook. Okay, now I'm not binary here, and I like to use both depending on the situation. Okay, so this is a lead form. So it's called instant forms on Facebook. Actually, it's not even called lead form for some reason, but it's the same thing. And this is what it looks like when someone clicks on your ad. You know, so it opens up in Facebook directly. All right. Now, lead forms are good for a large volume and less qualified leads. All right. So the thing is, like, this is fairly easy to submit. There's no friction here because it's instant and they have to click 3 buttons to submit it. You know, even if you click continue, like it's going to ask for their contact info and it's sometimes even pre-filled. So you have to click 1 button to submit it. Super low friction, right? But I also like to use lead forms in smaller areas where population density isn't the largest. It's all about lowering friction. Okay. So like the main thing, like I will typically go with landing page because I would rather have less leads but higher quality leads than a lot of leads but just bad leads, bad lead quality, right? That's personally me. and my clients prefer that as well, you know? So one thing to keep in mind is the more qualification you do, the more friction, the better quality leads. And the landing page does that. So this is what it can look like. This is an example I found on Facebook ads, ads library. That's not my client, by the way. So you can see right here, compared to this looks way better. Looks way more appealing visually. You can kind of ask the questions in a better manner. Yeah, it just really looks more branded as well. Has the logo here, you know. As I said, LPs, landing pages, are better for attracting high intent leads and serious leads. It layers friction by asking longer winded questions, and on an actual landing page on purpose. So the thing is, to load this up, this might take even like 2 seconds or 3 seconds, but those 2-3 seconds might be the actual point where someone might just be like, oh, that's not worth my time, I'm just gonna leave. That's a good thing. You don't even want these clients anyway. Because think about it this way. Like, the people who are not even gonna take 2 seconds for a page to load, they're gonna be shitty customers anyway, right? So, by using landing pages, we literally weed out the bad ones anyway, right? And this way, it weeds out all the tire-kicking leads, and only the ones who are actually serious will take the time to fill out the form. The qualification is way deeper here as well, so your client will appreciate that too. I will use landing pages most of the time. Rarely will I ever switch to lead forms, unless it's a small area, for example, where we're already kind of limited by population. So I'm in that case, I'm going to do it as easy as possible for people to submit the form, right? And this is also for qualification as well, you know, this goes hand in hand. Now, scheduling, okay? So going back to the saying, helping your client make their life as easy as possible, you should also help your client book the appointment. So there's two main ways to do this. You can do self-scheduling, or you can do a AI call agents. Now, if you're a beginner starting out with no clients, stick to self-scheduling. So this is what it's going to look like. So when someone submits their information, it's going to, you know, redirect them here, and they can just book their own time and get it done, right? Now, this is where submitting a lead form, yeah, that's what I just said. In my opinion, this is the easiest at the start, right? So here, I'm gonna include a segment of me building out a campaign here in a second, because I do want to go over this stuff here also as well. And if you're already having paying clients, then you want to be playing out of AI agents, because at the end of the day, if you can tell someone, hey, I'm gonna have an AI call your lead instead of you having to do the tedious work, it's gonna, again, kind of cause like a wow effect in them, you know? And this is where the magic happens. Like, having automated calls go out after someone submits a lead form will help you automate, again, a lot of tedious work, right? This is, by the way, a complete brand new feature within GoHighLevel. So most people don't even have it figured out. I've been having AI do my client calls since the day it came out, so I have my mentees as well, you know? But I will have this video play real quick for you to kind of see how I do my campaigns. Alright boys, so we're in the Facebook Ads Manager. If you're seeing this for the first time, you know what this looks like. It might look a little bit confusing, but trust me, it's super easy to understand. It's not really that complicated whatsoever. And I just want to like show you guys that what I'm kind of like teaching is what I'm practicing, that it actually works. So for example, this is one of my clients that has been with us for a few months now. This is kind of one of our older clients. And if I just kind of go into the campaign here, you can see we spent in the past 30 days on this, you know, campaign, you know, almost 2.4K. We got, you know, almost 86,000 impressions and CPMs at $27, which is pretty cheap. And we got him around 280 leads at like $8 each per lead, which is pretty cheap, you know, and he made a lot of money from this. I just want to show you kind of like what the kind of ad stack looks like if I kind of go into the actual campaign here. So the main ad we're running right now is actually a video. So you can see I tried a lot in this campaign. If I even go into here and I just go for all ad sets, you can see I tried a lot for this client, and the video just, you know, works the best. This is printing us a lot of leads here. So if I put this to maximum, for example, I haven't even looked at this. Let's see all time. So all time he has spent 18,000 on ads. He's gotten 1,600 leads. That is pretty insane. At like $11 each on average, you know, throughout all this time. So if I go into here, you'll see that I showed a lot. This is the best one by far. This single ad has generated us 1,200 leads. Okay, this is just pretty insane. You can see there's a bunch of ads here, but none of them actually are doing that well compared to this one here. So there's obviously these ads that get me 13 bucks per lead, 22 bucks, 70 bucks, but this one is just, you know, crushing it. So I'll teach you exactly how to, you know, make ads that do the exact same thing. Let's go into a fresh ad account and I'll kind of build out a campaign in front of your eyes. Okay, so we're in a fresh ad account now. Just ignore these campaigns. I was just playing around with some paid ads here, but let's just make a new one. So what you do kind of to make a campaign here is you click create, And by the way, before you do this, you have to obviously get access to your client's business manager, their ad accounts, their Facebook pages and all that stuff. So you should have done that on the onboarding call with your client after you sign them on. You make a new campaign and you select leads here. If you obviously do lead generation, campaign name doesn't really matter, just name it whatever. I just name it, you know, here, it's my company's name. Whatever. You can set your ad budget at the campaign level or the ad set level. Now it really depends on how many ad sets you want to be doing. I usually go for one ad set, so I don't really need this. I just say ad set budget. You don't have to do anything else here. Then you just click on next. And here, what I usually do is for lead generation, I always go for website, okay? The reason being why I don't do instant forms is because they usually, in my experience, just get you a good amount of leads, but just low quality leads. So I split tested both, I'm telling you, for, you know, areas with a good amount of population where there's over 100,000 people, you know, in the audience, always go for website. If you have an area where there's like, for example, you know, 10,000 people, then obviously go for instant forms because you want to make it low commitment, low effort to, you know, have people give us their information. Big areas you don't really need to. So I usually go for websites. I barely have any clients where I really do, you know, instant forms, barely any, because it's just not needed. But side note, right? Performance goal, maximize number of conversions. This is what I always have. Pixel. Now I don't have a pixel on this ad account, but you should have just selected pixel here. And as the conversion event, you want to select lead, right? Don't do schedule, don't do appointment, choose lead. Okay, super important. It's gonna show up here. Obviously, I don't have it like I was saying because I don't have a pixel here. As the budget, I just usually start off with $50 a day. This is my starting budget. Again, I have clients, as I showed you before, who spend 2.5K per month. Clients who spend 10K a month on that. But for the start, I usually go for $50 per day because it gives me like a good amount of data to, you know, see if the ads work or not. Start date, if you're starting the ads in, you know, in the evening, for example, just schedule them for the next day. Because if you start them, for example, at 12 noon, like it is about to be here in my, you know, in my time, you will only have 12 hours of the day. So if your budget is $50 per day, it will spend that $50 kind of wastefully, if that makes sense. So just make sure you get, you know, all your money's worth. Just schedule them for the next day if it is already late in the day, right? So in this case, I'm just gonna, you know, select June 3rd, and here I'm just gonna say 8 a.m. Eastern. There we go. Here, let's see what this is. You don't really have to play with this at all. Just leave this. The main thing is like, so the way I kind of like just genuinely play with the Facebook Ads Manager is I keep it super, super simple. I don't try to be fancy. I don't try to use every single option that there is. I just keep it to what works. Simplicity scales, complexity doesn't, right? For example, here, you'll see a lot of people who kind of like just add an area in and then exclude a bunch of things. You know, it's just like, you can do that, but you don't really need to because it's still going to work without. So for example, let's say your service area is, I don't know. So let's say, for example, here, your service area is, I don't know, let's say Miami-Dade, whatever, this county here. Let's say that's your service area, okay? Good amount here. So you can see there's over 1 million people in the service area, which means that's a good amount, you know, to target for. Now here, you want to limit this further because the thing is, obviously you're targeting now everybody who lives in this area. So you're targeting 18-year-olds, 65-year-olds. You're targeting people who are, you know, everybody pretty much, right? So you want to size it down even further. So usually what I do is here, I switch to this year's limit, further limit the reach of your ads. And I say switch setup. That's going to give us the OG setup because what Facebook actually did is they changed it up for some reason. So this is good. This is the OG setup now, right? And we can actually choose the ages we want to target for. If you do anything that's home improvement related, which is, you know, a big niche in SMMA, I would go for, you know, 35 and up and untick this. This is not a suggestion. We only want to be targeting people who are 35 and up because you barely have any homeowners who are going to be 18 years old, for example, or below the age of 35. So just go for that. Genders, I just leave everybody. Custom audiences, I don't really play with that. Detailed targeting. If you're doing local business ads, don't do anything with detailed targeting or, for example, interest targeting, okay? Because the thing is, you're already limited by the location, you're already limited by the age, so you don't want to even limit it even further by the interest. Because the thing is, if you're selling a service-based product, like for example, painting services or roofing services, how are you going to target people who are interested in roofing? Nobody cares about roofing. It's just about they need it or they don't, you know? So you can't really target people for that. So just leave the interest blank and don't do anything here. Placements, I sometimes play with that, sometimes I don't. What I usually do is I turn off first of all thread, I turn off audience network and messenger. Placements, I just pretty much, first of all, I turn everything off and then I just say Facebook and Instagram feed. It's the only two I keep on. Stories and reels, I just leave them all on and I just turn these two off, okay? So pretty much only want to have 7 placements, these 2 and these 5 here. That's it. And that's it. Then you just go next and then you actually can build out your ads. Now, this is like the juicy part here. So now we get to the actual ad part. This is like the fun stuff. So let me show you how I build out my own ads that get results like this. The main thing you have to understand with running ads for really any type of business, especially if it's service-based, is you have to build a lot of trust through your ads, right? Now, how do you do that? So the way I do it is I try to communicate two main things in my ads. I try to communicate that my client does great work, that they're good at what they do, and that they do it at a fair price. Okay, because that's ultimately what everybody cares about. They don't care about we have this cool way of installing our product. Nobody cares about that. They just care about these two things. Because the last thing they want to have happen is the thing that they're buying breaking in a year, for example, or the paint peeling off, or the roof leaking in a year. And they obviously they don't want to overpay. So you want to kind of position yourself as the middle. Now, the way you do this is the following. Ideally, you want to have your clients send you some content so you can just custom brand it to their company. If they don't have any content, you can just use content that's online. But ideally, if you want to have some, you want to be using it, right? So for example, if you set up the creative, just scroll down a bit, you set up the creative, come right here. I'm just going to do an image ad here in this case and go here to media. And I'm just going to upload, for example, this image right here, which is one of my clients actually. Let's just choose this one here. I'm just going to click next, skip and continue, and done. So this is the images now here. Now, as far as the text goes, you want to kind of also do it the following too. Because the thing is, like I was saying, we want to be building trust. This is a pretty good picture. This is pretty, transparent in my opinion. And the last thing you want to have too is super over edited ads with fancy graphics, fancy fonts, just a lot of stuff going on. I try to keep it extremely simple, and I try to make my copy speak for itself. I don't want to have the image or the photo, do the talking, because that's just to capture attention. I want to have my copy do the talking because that's where the text is supposed to be. I want to have it do the talking. And as far as the primary text goes, which is obviously the copy, you can keep it very simple. Have either ChatGPT do the talking for you. So for example, if I were to go to ChatGPT and kind of like do this, I would, probably paste something like this. Write me a Facebook ad copy for my roofing client that builds trust, as well as communicates my client is not the most expensive, but also not the cheapest, but he provides a great service for the prices he's charging. Something like this, right? If I, enter this, let's see what it's gonna say. Need a roofer you can actually rely on. Let's be real, these roofers who are undercharge and cut corners, and others overcharge because they can. We're not the cheapest, and we're part of that, but cheap work usually leads to an expensive problem, and we're not the most expensive either because we believe honest pricing and solid work should exist. I mean, this looks pretty good from just looking at it. It's pretty short, which is also not a bad thing. I would probably get rid of the emojis. I don't personally like that, but this is a copy I would probably use. For example, I would just take this and put it in here, probably get rid of these emojis here. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Yeah, for example, here, need a roofer you can rely on. Let's say this guy's name is Miami Roofing, right? Miami Roofing has you covered. I would probably add this in here just to kind of add the personal touch to the client. There we go. And here as a headline, I would probably say get a new roof for, let's say, 7,500. There we go. In the description, I usually do the following. I just say stars, like I have just 5 stars here, and I just say, the client's name, Miami Roofing, whatever the name is. And call to action, usually leave it to learn more. That's the best one. Destination, you want to obviously add your funnel in, very simple to do. You can just use GoHighLevel to build one. If you need help with that, just drop a comment and I can, make a tutorial on that too. Display link, leave it blank, select none here, right? And website events should have been turned on if you already added a pixel in the previous step here. So you remember here where it says create pixel, I obviously don't have one, but it should show up here at the bottom where it says website events. So, and then you just launch it. Now, the main thing is about ads, it's not about just getting it right the first time. It's about launching them, observing them, being able to read the metrics, and then, just changing the ads accordingly. So for example, let's say you look at the ads and it's spending money, right? It's, it's spending the client's money, but for example, you're not getting any clicks. You just get no clicks for some reason, and you can adjust it by coming here, customize columns, and saying for example, unique link clicks. If you're not getting any clicks, for example, it means that the ads just don't resonate with the market. Same thing, for example, let's say your click-through rate is just pretty low. It would be here in this case unique CTR. If you're not getting any CTR, same thing, the ads are just not really resonating with the market. If you're getting clicks and you're getting a high unique CTR, and a unique CTR is anything about 1%, is pretty good. If you're getting those two things, but you're not getting any leads, it means that your actual landing page is bad, because the ads are good, it's getting attention, it's getting clicks, but they're just not converting, meaning your landing page in that case is pretty bad. And I guess you have to just change that. So there's a few things like that you have to just learn, and how to just read metrics. Again, if you want to have me do a dedicated tutorial to that, just let me know and I'll make one. But this is really how I run my own clients' ads. It's not really too difficult, works pretty well, and this is how I'm able to just have my clients print cash. Okay.
Because like a lot of these guys have a big problem with their Google page. They don't have like websites on it, nothing. I just use that.
So the main thing with that, the way you kind of attach value, have you been doing what I was telling you to do? With like saying you'll give them a game plan for free, and they can sit and do it on their own, or just have you implement it for them?
Should I do that? Like you told me in Balila?
What?
What do you say? Like do the game plan thing?
Yeah, be like, so I'll draft up my custom game plan for you and how to achieve your goal, right? Whatever the goal is, we're gonna ask him beforehand. And you have the full plan for completely free, and you can either have us implement it for you or just do it on your own. But regardless, the call is going to give you a clear idea of what to do in your business and how to really make sure that the next year's not going to look like the past year.
Okay. And how do I build out that game plan? Do you already have one made, or is it like just
You don't.
ChatGPT?
There is no game plan.
Oh, okay.
It's a fraud, bro. You don't see. You can give it.
Okay. So like a big bait and switch.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, pretty much you can just frame the pitch different. In the pitch, be like, hey, so this is the game plan here, and then just give your normal pitch. That's it, you know?
Okay.
You should do this for tattooers.
My tattoo artist said we should do this for tattooers.
Do it.
Tattooing slow as fuck right now for like a lot of them.
I might have to sign them. Yeah, but everything's good, Marco.
How much is a tattoo? How much are you paying?
Depends on who.
Well, this might be, I don't know, we've been tattooing since 11, so probably gonna be like 1,000. It ain't bad. It just depends on if your artist is good or not, if they value.
Like, always consult you guys to do it.
But it's like 200 an hour. But for some people, it's totally different. The pricing rise. Depends on what you want, everything.
Okay.
I know it's not a big $20.
Cool. Fucking sick, bro. Holy shit. Let's see.
Yo, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
How can you keep the members of your team like in the long term with you, whether it is like setters, closers, media buyers? I'm speaking specifically for setters, but yeah, it's like a general question. How can you keep someone like actually in the long term?
Well, first things first, bro. Like you gotta keep them motivated. The way to keep them motivated is by bonuses. Right? So you can be like, hey, you know, the person with the best show rate this week gets like $200 bonus or something, you know, or the person with the most bookings this week, he gets, you know, bonus, right? But the main thing is, bro, like just keeping them accountable. Do you have daily like coaching calls with them or something like that?
Yeah, like every other day. I also give them like a full document with, I have SOPs for them. Like I have a full document with exactly, you know, what's like their mission here. And yeah, bro, the thing is that I just feel that I want to actually hire, for example, an appointment setter that, you know, I feel that, you know, they are professional, right? They are not just here to kind of make some money, set some appointments. I want, bro, what is Joseph doing, bro? But yeah, I want to find people who are actually like, you know, who are actually professional, you know what I mean? Like not just, you know, that they will just set some appointments whatsoever, that they are watching this like in the long term. And yeah, because I feel that with some people, I don't know if that's my mistake or not, but I always give them, you know, expectations. I literally have a whole document with exactly the KPIs they need to hit, with everything that they need to do, right?
Well, hold on. What's your, like, how long do setters usually stay with you? What's the retention rate?
Well, first of all, I'm not hiring a bunch of guys. I just hire like 1 or 2 people max at a time. My best setter was with me for like 4 months, I think, 4 months. Then he left, and after this, that happened like start of October, right? After this, I don't know, I just keep hiring again and again. people, that they, I train them for like 1 week. They even make money. That's the funniest part. Like they even make money during like 1 week.
Yeah,
They just quit.
Okay, here's what I'll tell you, bro. Like, you have to keep these guys accountable and motivated, bro. Best thing you can do, bro, is make these guys look up to you. If they respect you and they want to be like you, then they will never quit on you, right? So make them follow your Instagram. Like, just post in your story. Just have a sick lifestyle and show them, hey, today I'm here. I'm in Dubai. I'm doing all this stuff, bro. Because they want to be like you. They can be like, hey, at some point I can teach you how to, make your own agency as well. Just tell them stuff like that, bro. I did that at the start, even like a year ago. Even when I wasn't even coaching at that point, I was like, yeah, I know your ultimate goal is to make an agency, so I can teach you that at some point. If you tell them that, then they're gonna stay with you because they want to learn from you at some point, right? But I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, setters are meant to be hired and fired. That's the whole. Like, you need to. That's what needs to happen, right? So I wouldn't worry about that too much. I know it's annoying to kind of lose your best setter and stuff, but you can always find new setters. Like, there's so many of them, right?
Bro,
So,
can I be honest with you? I know that, but I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, after a point, I've trained so many people, and I've had so many calls with so many different setters again and again, and I'm just like, bro, they all quit like after 2 weeks. And
yeah,
I'm just bored. I'm telling this, like, I
Why
don't
don't,
like.
why don't you just get like someone to train your setters, like a setter manager or something?
Sorry?
Why don't you just get a setter manager, like someone to do it for you?
Yeah, do you think I should do this?
Yeah.
I actually thought about this.
Bro, you can have your top setter, like if he's been with you for a couple months, right? One of the current setters, be like, hey, I want to promote you. Pay him like 1,000 or 2,000 a month or whatever, and then be like, if you can still set if you want to, but your main task now is to train the setters, hop on the calls with them, hire new ones, right, and just manage the whole team, right? And what you want to do then, bro, is you want to stop talking to all the setters, and you want to only take one call a day with your setter manager at the end of every day, and just ask them how's everything going, and that type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of outsource it. That's what you want to do, bro.
Yeah. So right now I do also have a team member that basically has like a hybrid role of like both setting and closing. Like,
Yeah.
she knows also how to close. Do you think I should like what I told her was like, okay, yeah, you can close, okay, but like set your own appointments and close, your own appointments. And she does this. Like, she actually books by herself like 3 to 5 meetings per day, which is like decent because she sets for like 2 hours, which is okay. So she knows how to set. Do you think I should tell her that, okay, I'm gonna give you like a weekly base pay, you're gonna hire, more setters and train them, and you will just do this, you will just take the closing calls that the setters will have?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, you want to, like, it's a sales manager pretty much. That's what you want to do, right? Like, you can have her be a closer as well as kind of like do the, what's it called? Do the sort of setter management, right? But here's the thing, Anthony. You don't want to have her take all the sales calls, because if she stops,
I don't want. Yeah, I don't want.
you can't be doing that. But honestly, I would do that. Yeah, get her on as a sort of manager, have her still close, have her stop setting herself, and have her kind of just like keep a look over the setters, give them new leads if they need new leads, make new sub accounts, make sure everything is working properly. Maybe you can even have her kind of like start tracking everything, kind of put all the replies into a sheet or something, and just start like doing bullshit like that,
Okay.
Little tasks like that. So yeah.
Okay.
Because that's gonna help you a lot. That's gonna make you more money, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. And I don't know, like, have you ever tried to, I know some people do this, like, have you ever tried to run ads to find setters?
Bro, you can, but there's better ways to do it. Like I was telling, who was it? I think I was telling that to me. To
I think you were telling me.
Yeah, I think Nick and Panos. I can hook you up with a private community where the guy has kind of like a special deal with us, where we can just refer you guys to him, and he's just gonna get you in for super cheap. There's like over 300 guys, US based people in there, setters, you know, and closers and all that type of stuff. So you can just hit me up. I hire setters myself from there. And whenever I do a job post, I get like 20 applicants that are actually qualified, which is pretty good, you know. So yeah.
Okay. Are they trained actually? Like, do they know?
Yeah, he's training them. Yeah.
Okay. So they're not.
You have to still train them yourself, though, obviously, because your process is different, you know.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah. But it's not that, you know, they're complete beginners. They just watch the course and, you know, they.
Well, what's gonna happen? They're not gonna quit 2 weeks in because they understand that it takes time, and that's what you need, right? You know,
Bro,
so they long term.
What the fuck is going on with these appointment setter coaching programs that you have all the setters that they say, oh yeah, I've taken like a coaching program on appointment setting. Like, what do they coach them on these programs, bro?
They basically tell them to message 100 people a day applying for a job. And then those setters never stick around because they expect to make 5K the first month. And if they don't make 1K on the first day, they think you're a scammer.
Bro, it's like so crazy. Actually, you can actually make a whole business out of this just to like teach broke people how to become a setter. Like, why would you want to be a setter too? That's like so stupid, bro. You make like no money.
Yeah, bro, I've never understood people who are like, yeah, I want to make like 10, 20K per month, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna become an appointment setter. Bro, this does not even make sense, bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
I used to actually be a setter myself. I used to do cold calling for Charlie Morgan, bro, like 2 years ago.
What?
Yeah. I used to cold call like UK agencies, like the big ones, the physical with offices and shit. I used to cold call those agencies.
Did you ever get a deal?
I got paid $30 per booked appointment.
30 or 3?
30.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I was getting like 2 or 3 a day, which was, you know, not horrible, but
that, bro, yeah, like $100 a day to do like 200 cold calls. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty shit though, but still, it was pretty fucking painful.
Experience, bro.
Yeah, bro, I did so many cold calls last time. Like it's not even funny, bro. Like 30,000 at least. It's so retarded. Like, you know what's crazy? I cold called every single fucking business in Germany, every single gym in Germany that is on a franchise, every single fucking construction company in Germany that's on a franchise, and every single fucking like supplement store in Germany.
How much did you make from Germany?
Bro, like fucking nothing. 20K max, maybe. Like horrible.
Yeah, but
in how long?
First
Bro, in like a year, because I didn't know what to do at all. I was just retarded back then.
Yeah, but he hit his first 10K through in-person selling.
Yeah, but that was in a year lifespan. I made 20. That's like shit. You know, it's like horrible.
Yeah.
Actually bad. But yeah, bro, does that make sense? Possibly.
Yeah. One more question.
What's up?
Well, what are you doing now in Norway? Like, are you guys sailing?
Going, bro. Mark Pitt.
Yo, what's good, Marco? How are you?
All good, bro. All good. How are you, man?
Bro, I'm calling all of these guys, bro. I've been, I sent out my SMS. I've been getting shit on by these guys, but we move.
Why?
I don't know, bro. It's every time I call them, it's like the worst fucking time on the planet to call them. Everybody's doing anything else but being able to listen to me.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm experienced. Like everybody says that I'm on site, I can't talk right now, and all of that shit. But yeah, I'll follow up later with all of these guys because I bookmarked them. But yeah, the rest, I don't know, bro. I've just been calling, doing the basic stuff, and
Okay.
yeah.
Let's do a role play real quick, bro, because it might be something that you're saying that might be kind of like throwing them off. What's your opener?
Yeah, so basically those people that say that they're interested, I just tell them like, so hey man, my assistant reached out to you and I saw that you're interested in some more jobs. they'll be like, yeah, or who is this? Like, and my script is kind of like, I got this guy booked out, you know, in this area. And then they would just be asking me like, who is the contractor? Like, what's his name, or what's his email? What's his fucking tax ID and all of that shit, bro. Get the fuck out, you know. And yeah, I've been getting some weird ass leads to call, but yeah, we move. I booked this guy for Friday. He seems like a pretty easy close. I don't know. It just depends on him showing up.
Okay. So, bro, here's the thing, man. So at what point do they tell you that they're busy? Is it right off the get-go, or is it once the call is already
No, it's not. It's not right off the get-go. It's like in mid conversation, and I'm not even reading off a script. Like I'm basically freestyling it.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, man. Like the way I do my calls is I'll keep it super. I keep them slow. I control the pace. Meaning I talk slowly, because like, bro, when you talk fast, I'm not sure if you do or not, but this is at least what I used to do. When you talk fast, like they can tell that you're kind of like nervous and you want to kind of get it over with, and you kind of give them power. By talking fast, you give them the power. It's very interesting. So what you want to do is talk super slowly, like I'm talking right now. Be like, hey man, you know, this is Marco. I just saw that you replied to my text. Pause. You can be like, what text? Oh, you know, I was talking to you about the few projects for tree removal, or the few remote projects, whatever, you know. And then they can be like, oh yeah, I remember now. Okay, gotcha, cool. So like, yeah, how many more, you know, projects could you take on this week? What's your schedule looking like? 5 more, 10 more, whatever. Okay, gotcha. And then you kind of explain what you do. Be like, yeah, so I mean, that's perfect. Let me kind of like just break down everything, because I know it might be a bit confusing, but what we kind of do is what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to partner up, whatever, with a few guys and blah, 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 right? Now, if you're always getting this sort of like, if you're always sort of getting this, how do I say this, like this sort of like response where they're like, oh, you know, send me the name of the company you're working with, whatever, then you might want to switch the approach and be like, you know, like, just get rid of it. Be like, hey, you know, I'm looking to book a few people out here in this area, right? We got a few projects ready here that we kind of could send over, but we're looking to kind of like find a long-term partner with that. That being said, and then you kind of go into that, you know, you kind of go into the questions. Yeah, because at that point, bro, they can't really tell you to kind of like call back later, because first things first, you have the conversation in your control. And like when you start asking questions, right? Open-ended questions, most importantly, they can't just leave, right? Because if you ask them, if you kind of give them the pitch and then you're like, so that being said, how many more do you want to be taken on? They can just be like, oh no, I can't talk right now. Like, you know, it's just not gonna, it's very unlikely. I never had that happen before myself. And I can tell if I talk to someone on the phone and they're on the roof, I can tell that they're on the roof, but they never just tell me to call back later, right? Because I've already established myself as someone that could potentially provide them a bit of value. You know what I mean?
They just feel it. Yeah, because I gotta get the reps in, man, to be honest. To sound, you know, to talk with conviction and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not going after a certain script. I'm just kind of freestyling, basing everything off of how the other guy responds, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I'll just go ahead and just speak to anyone that answers. So, but yeah, this script is pretty weird, because everybody thinks that I need my work. I need some work done, and yeah, this is why they basically fuck it up.
Well, what's your script saying?
So it's let me read it out to you. 1 sec. Hey, it's Celine. I got this contractor in your area booked out. Looking for another contractor to help in the area. Let me know if you're interested. It's pretty short, but I mean, it gets a lot of responses, but most of them are like unlikely to get what is talked about, you know.
Okay. That's fine, bro. So if they have the wrong expectations, that's actually not even an issue. You can be like, hey, so you're looking for some more work, right? Okay, doesn't matter where it comes from. No, unless they're paying. Okay, cool. You know. So then you have them tell you that it doesn't matter where it comes from. You know what I mean? Because it truly does matter, right? If you can get them more jobs, they're gonna take it on somehow, right? Even if you kind of like lied to them, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? So you just want to take it from there, right? I feel like, bro, with you, bro, I know you're just kind of starting out. It's all about just like kind of like learn and get the hang of it, bro. You know, I had that same shit at the start too. You know, it's just kind of like getting the reps in and just sort of learning their approach, right? And what this is gonna do for you, bro, like I'm telling you, it's sort of like you're kind of in the learning stage right now. Like at some point, you're gonna be so good at this stuff that it's gonna be effortless, and then you can teach it to someone, right? It's sort of just a learning curve right now. You know?
Yeah, this is why I'm just getting my reps in, as you said. But yeah, I talked even to this guy. He's from Florida, and I have been on a call with him for 15 minutes. I gave him my pitch, my everything, and he said like, well, I went like through the questions, that you talked the other day, like I think yesterday even, you know, about is that like a number, like a normal number of appointments you get every day and stuff like that. And he was like stopped right in the middle of like all my questions and will ask me like, bro, you know, you sound like every other sales guy, bro. And I basically stopped and I told him like, fuck man, what should I choose? What should I change? And he like laughed and actually, you know, started speaking with me about his business, about everything. Like, then I talked to him like about, I kind of got him down on a paper result kind of service. So yeah, I'm just waiting for him to reach out back to me. He asked if I do PayPal. I said, nah, bro, I don't do PayPal. I have other payment processors, but yeah,
But
basically
PayPal setup, bro. Just get it. It doesn't matter. Just get it.
yeah, I told him like I can set it up, no problem, if that would make it easier for him to proceed. But yeah, it's these pattern interruptions that I love doing sometimes, you know, because I freestyle. You know, I told you I don't go after a certain script. But yeah, how I stopped with this guy, I said like, fuck man, what should I change, man? And he loved it, you know. I could tell like he definitely wanted to stay more and speak with me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw that works. But then yeah, he didn't really trust me that much. I told him like I can give you the contact number of like the guy that I got booked out and stuff. But yeah, many just don't get it. Like I don't know.
Yeah, not really, bro. When you say they don't get it, like what do you mean by they don't get it?
Everybody says that they have been called like 30 times a day, and they hear about all of this, that AI website, Facebook ads bullshit, you know. So I gotta
don't tell them that's Facebook ads, bro. Like when did I ever? Oh, Kevin Nash is here. When did I ever tell you to tell them that's Facebook ads? We don't ever say that.
I never tell them that. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They just say that they're so fucking tired of hearing about, you know, as I said, like Facebook ads, AI, website, and all of that. So
yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing too, bro. Like, what I tell them is I call it custom branded advertising or custom branded exposure. I just give it a fancy name, right? You will never hear me say AI, Facebook ads, marketing, or Facebook ads. You will never hear me say that ever. You know what I mean? But bro, I feel like you're just starting out, bro. I feel like that's sort of you're just biased to think that way, right? There's no way everybody's telling you that. There's no way.
No, but like a pretty good chunk of people that I call said, like I think like 20% out of the people that I call say that, which is not that high to be honest, but I get it sometimes. So
okay. Then you want to just like kind of go into your unique selling point, but it's just like here, man. I mean, when you say you can ask them this, you know, when you say this sounds like everybody else, like what do you mean? What are you comparing this to? You know, you're gonna find out what they're comparing this to. Right? Because chances are they're gonna just compare this to like Angie or Home Advisor or some BS like that, right? Which is not really valid at all.
yeah, right. If they say anything about Angie's or Home Advisor, I know how to deflect that easily, you know. Is that they're saying that they have been trying to work out with some other marketing agencies and they fucked them over, they screwed them, they have been burned by them and stuff. And also like some this guy that I have been talking with 15 minutes on the call, he said that there was this kind of marketing agency that got him like fake phone numbers and called it as leads and didn't want to refund the money and stuff. So yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out, man. I just gotta get the reps in, so it's gonna be.
Well, it's all about kind of just figuring out your sort of your own unique selling point, bro. But bro, I would just say just keep the regression to the mean, bro. Like
yeah.
So just
Yeah,
keep
no,
at it.
I'm not because I booked this guy right now, like on the meet. So it's definitely gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is pretty much it, bro. I'm just getting my reps in.
Bro, Kevin, how are you?
And
How's everything going?
everything's good. Just signed the 6K deal yesterday.
Ooh. Damn. Kevin
Yeah,
is
and right now, a prospect that paid me like a month and a half ago and didn't let me onboard him, didn't sign the contract, sent me a text, hey brother, I have no intention of moving forward with this marketing campaign. I'm gonna need a refund. How would you handle that?
how much was it for?
1,500. Thing is,
Tell
if he disputes it, he wins it.
Wait, what?
I was saying that if he disputes it, he wins it. Because there's no
No.
contract.
A contract doesn't really matter. It's on fan bases or WAP.
WAP.
Yeah, you're good then. You're fine. Fan
How?
bases is good. WAP is good. Here's the thing, bro. All right, so let me put you on some game, all right? So
Yep.
do you have to record it?
I think so.
Well, if you don't, then you're cooked.
Let me check really quickly.
Yeah, you need to have it.
I should have it.
But here's what you want to tell them, bro. Like, be like, hey, man, we got everything going a month ago. I got my team on everything already. We're pretty much ready to go with everything.
Yeah, I told him that.
It takes
I
me a
told
little.
him,
Be like,
hey
it takes
brother, I
me-
already built the whole system, all this bullshit. Thing is, he's an electrician. I told him, hey brother, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do with you like a ref share deal because I didn't work with electricians. So I said, why not? Said it's 3K. You're gonna pay 1,500 now, and then the next 1,500 will come from the first commission that we get for getting you deals. He said, oh my god, you're the fucking best. He was glazing the whole thing. He even hopped on a second call because he had to hop off early the first time. He kept messaging me, and then somehow, some way, something happened. I'm gonna try and handle it. Maybe
Okay.
something happened because I couldn't talk to him yet.
Okay, Malaka, here's what you want to tell them, right? You want to tell them, first things first, there's no refund policy here, right? Our company has no refund policy. When you sign up, that's it, right? Now, like I was saying, you obviously already said them, but we already got everything going in mind. It takes time and money for us to get everything going. What I'm open to doing, though, is I can delay this campaign for you. Let's say a couple of weeks, couple of months, and whenever you're ready, we can just take it from there. But what I can't do is give you a refund. I just simply can't because I paid my team out already. I paid the setters, I paid the closers, I paid everybody. I'll just go into the negative heavily here. Here's the thing too. I gave you the special offer. I make barely
He
anything.
already knows I'm in the negative, like I told him. Me giving you that 3K setup fee and letting you pay the 1,500, the secondary one, as a commission from the first commission, that's basically an offer that you only get on this call. And that's why he paid on the call.
Just be like, you already got a special offer, right? I'm already in the negative. Now I got even more into the negative by refunding you this. Like, we can delay it for a couple of months if you need to, but I can't give you a refund. That's it. Just leave it at that. If he I'm gonna tell you one thing, bro. I said that multiple times in the past. You guys ask for refund, they just shut up and then they just take it. You know, they just leave it. But disputes, bro, make sure to kind of submit the what's it called? The
proof.
Yeah, submit the call recording, and you can go to GPT and you can be like, write me a dispute chargeback evidence thing, right? This is the evidence I have, right? And I'm telling you, bro, I did that with someone that disputed on Split It. If you guys don't know, Split It is extremely bad for disputes, and I still won it. So on WAP. So that's for 1,800.
Interesting. Okay. I'll give him a call and we'll see that. And let me check. Think this is his call?
What? You got it?
I think I found his call.
Good.
I found the first one, but not the one he paid on.
Oh shit. Well, this is a rest lesson for everybody. You need to always record your calls every time.
Does also have the other one.
So shit like this cannot happen.
Okay, I'll look for the other call, but let's say I don't find it. If I don't find it, he's probably winning the dispute, right?
No, just frame it in a way like I just told you, bro. Like, you're gonna be like, hey, we can delay it for a couple weeks or months. And whenever you're ready, just let me know and then we'll get going. But I can't give you a refund at this point.
Okay. Let's see what I can do. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, does he make money?
Does he make money?
Yeah, does he make money?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I shouldn't
He's a fairly established electrician in Georgia or something like that.
Well,
and yeah, I just did find the second call. I have both codes.
What is that?
I have both codes. I just found it.
That's good, bro.
So
Yeah,
basically, this is gonna be all the proof I need, alongside basically like maybe like recording a Luma of a GoHighLevel system, blah blah blah. I already built the whole system, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
As a proof of delivery in a sense.
That's fine. You know. But bro, you said you sent a 6K deal yesterday.
Yeah, not a new deal, but I basically sold the and my oldest guy to renew for 6 months instead of 1 month, and he hasn't been getting good results. Like
Damn.
not the best, honestly. He's in Texas.
Did he pivot?
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually,
Malaka.
no. I actually know that's a lie. I keep forgetting it. He financed it to split it for. He's paying 1,100 something a month, and I got 7K after the 15% that split it takes. I have net 5,950.
Let's go, bro. That's a W, bro.
W, bro.
That's good, man. And how much with revenue? What's revenue for you right now, bro?
Up until now, in the last 19 days, it's only about 12. Okay.
Okay.
This month we should end it at around 25, 30.
Bro.
With some of the renewal. One of my clients is getting got 17 painting leads in 3 days, spending $112.
That's fucking insane, bro.
Bro, I'm fucking proud.
$6 CPL.
Like, no joke, bro. We fucking come a long way since we started working together. Like, seriously, bro. You're pushing numbers now, bro. We're gonna hit 100K. Seriously.
In Egypt, bro.
100%, brother.
Egypt, bro.
Get in the cam, nigga. I don't see you, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
That's what you right there.
Seriously, I'm fucking proud of you, bro. Seriously.
Appreciate it, brother.
That's so shaming, bro. Good shit.
Yo, but I pull up to Egypt one time, bro.
Bro, come to Dubai, bro. Get your visa.
I am coming on the 30th.
When?
Nigga, what?
When you coming to Dubai?
On the 30th of November, like in 11 days.
Oh shit, me too, bro. Oh my god.
Same day?
Bro, me too. Anthony, come to Dubai too, bro. Pull up. See, Alex, how are we doing?
Oh, it's good, bro.
How's setting been going, man? You know what I've been asking.
It's been going good, bro. I've been getting heaps of meetings, bro. I had two earlier. They were both like pretty broke, but
what's the show rate?
It's good, bro. I honestly don't track shit, bro. I'm gonna be honest, but I don't know why I don't track it, but I don't. But I've had heaps of guys showed up. I've had like 5 deposits now. It's a bit fucked, but
okay, Alex. So now we know that it's your setters and it's not the niche or it's nothing else, not the script. It's your setters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So what are we gonna change now?
Well, right now I've been doing remodeling a bit, so I've been getting a bunch of remodelers on. I got a 150 depot last night for 2K a month, and that's for today at 7 p.m. Pacific. The guy's jumping on. He should be paying 2K then.
Good.
But he's doing. I've been getting random ass niches. He does painting, bro. I don't know if that's like any good. I just told him we could do it. I've got guys in siding. I've got another guy who's doing the door and fucking window replacements. I've got a bunch of random ass guys. Because when I put remodeling, I filter like contractors and remodelers on the Outscraper, and it just gives me all these random ass niches, bro. Like, bro, these guys need jobs though, so it's like, I don't know.
Okay. Well, bro, whatever it takes, man. Who cares? Just
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. So like, this guy's like, "Oh, you sure you do siding? Because I saw your website and it's got roofing in it." And I was like, "Yeah, no, we do all contractors." And the guy's like, "I don't know." But I was gonna ask you as well. Do I just still use the same ad copies that you guys use, but obviously reword it? But do I use it like similarly, just like change up?
You do. You definitely do. Yeah. But as far as coming up with new ones as well, because obviously every market is a bit different, is you can go to the Facebook ads library. And what you can do, bro, is you can filter. First of all, type in your keyword. Let's say it's painting, right? You type in your keyword and you set the filter to ads that have been running over 3 months. If someone runs an ads for over 3 months, you know it's printing, right?
Yeah.
You script it or obviously kind of paraphrase it. I can change it a bit, and that type of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Also, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Also, I'm gonna ask you as well. Is there a way to pause like a WAP payment, like a monthly subscription? Because our two guys, they do $1,500 a month. Literally just got them on. How do I pause it though? Because I've got a guarantee this month for 15 appointments for the first month, or else it's a money back, which is shit. So I've changed it up. I'm not doing it anymore. But that was before you told me. Like, I think it was like yesterday you told me that. That was before you told me that. So now I'm not going to do it now, but I want to pause that subscription because I don't want it to take like, because I haven't set it up yet. And it's been like 2 days since the guy paid. I don't want to like set it up like halfway through next week or some shit. And then like another 1,500 gets taken off in like the first 2 weeks of like actually using it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was wondering, like, is there a way to pause it?
Yeah, there is. You can just go into, I think, users or payments or something, and it says, going to say like 1,500 per month. You can say cancel or pause the subscription or something. Don't say cancel, just say pause.
Oh,
say
okay.
cancel.
Yeah.
Say pause.
Okay, bet. Wait, cancel, terminate.
Oh, no cancel. Pause.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cancel. I'm not gonna cancel it. Okay. But so it says pause 2 days and 20 hours ago, but I didn't fucking pause that. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm gonna. Okay, that's fine. That should be fine. I'll ask George either way, bro. But yeah, that's chill. Okay. So all I need, keep the headlines the same. I still haven't gotten selfie photos from this guy. I don't know what he's doing. So I'm gonna send you those, and if you could let me know if they're any good when he sends them to me. And the other guys, I've got a bunch of guys hopefully paying. As I said, I've had 5 deposits, bro. It's just like, what the fuck? And then another guy as well. What was I gonna say? What I was gonna say, bro. How do you deal with someone, right? This guy's new remodeler. He's been in for like a couple months. It's been like, I think it was like 8 months. He said 8 months to a year. No revenue coming in. Well, he's got 50K a year, which is like what? It's like fucking not even 4K a month, right? 50. It's 4K a month. It's 4K a month revenue as well, right? That's just like he's unclosable, isn't he? He's unclosable.
No, there's no way.
Yeah. Okay. So that point. Okay, yeah. And then another guy who's been in business since 2003. He's a roofer. He's not even bringing in 125K a year, which isn't even like 10K a month. He's bringing in 100K. So that's like what? That's like fucking 8K a month. I think Rev as well. And he was complaining about his mortgage. He was complaining about all this shit. And I was just like, yeah, bro, like, what the fuck? I was like, well, what's risky, man? At the end of the day, you stay where you are, you know? Keep fucking running the same system you're running for the last 25 years since fucking 2003. Or, you know, find the money, find a way to make it happen, get resourceful, do whatever. I was saying shit like that. And the guy's like, oh, I think it's risky to invest. And I was like, okay. So he said it was risky to invest because he didn't have the money. And I was like, okay, so let's game over with this guy. And then I just fucking like, he gave up, asked for a depot again.
Yeah.
And then all this shit. He gave me so many objections. And then he also said, oh, I'll pay you after. He said he's still really inclined to doing it. I kept trying to like objection handle. He's like, I'm feeling really pressured now, man. I don't know if I want to do this now. I think I might leave this now, to be honest. I'm like, no, man, I'm not trying to help you, man. I'm trying to like, well, again, I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to actually help you out, man. Because I've only been in this position for XYZ amount of time. And I actually like care about you, man. I want to help you. And I was saying shit like that. And the guy's like, well, yeah, I know you're trying to help, but I feel really pressured now, man. And he was like saying he's a single dad and all this shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, here's the thing. Did you ask him, like, how long has he been in the same spot?
Since he started.
Okay. So he's like, here's the thing, man. Like, I know you're feeling pressure right now, but if you don't do this and you keep making decisions in the same way you've been doing them so far, I mean, where's that going to lead us, man? You know? So, like, here, I'm not here to pressure you at all, but I think a little pressure sometimes is what needed to make a change. Because, I mean, the fat person doesn't lose weight because they just feel like it. They just lose it when something really, really bad happens. And there's pressure that they might die from diabetes. So, that being said, do you want to keep, staying where you are, or do you want to make a change today and actually potentially, change your life for the better? What do you want to do, Ben? And if they're like, oh, I don't know what I should do, whatever, be like, hey, so the version of John, whatever his name is, that is making, whatever it's called, 500K a year, $1 million a year, whatever, what would he do? You think he would just sit around and hope for better outcomes, or would he actually be proactive and, invest in himself and do this? What would he do? And the answer is obviously going to be like, yeah, he would do this. Okay. So what do you want to do? And he has to say, yeah, I want to do it. Like, there's no other outcome. There's no other thing he can tell you at that point,
Yeah. And he kept saying as well, he wanted to like wait till he gets paid. I had a handle for that. So like a word track. I was trying to read off that a bit. And he kept saying, he's trying to pressure me and all this shit, which is fine. So I know how to handle that's fine. But he kept saying he wanted to wait till he gets paid, and he said, "Oh," and I was like, "Okay, you know what we can do then? We can put down." I said $500 deposit because he said he wanted to do it, like he was actually going to do it. So I'm gonna start like shooting for higher deposits now because the 150, like some guys just pull out. It's only 150, right? It's not like they're losing much. This guy was like, "Nah, 500 is way too much." He said he needs to wait till he gets paid from his other jobs, and he said there's a chance they might not close, but 90% of the time this guy will close. And he said he hasn't had a job for 3 weeks. I was like, bro, so you're not even like you're not even working, bro. You don't even have like he's got no work. That's basically what he was saying. I was like, bro, like, are you actually willing to settle for that? And he's like, yeah, well, I mean, he says he's still able to pay for his mortgages and shit. I was like, well, you haven't had a job for 3 weeks, bro. Like, what?
Yeah.
So that's just kind of he was like unclosable as well. I don't know what the fuck is up with that shit, bro. But yeah, bro, that's pretty much all. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty much all it's here for, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm gonna tell you, bro, the thing that I told you, bro, to like reframe them, that's gonna do them a lot for you, bro. You know, just you wanna reframe the identity to like what their future self would do, or the version of themselves that does, whatever, 100K a month or 100K a year, whatever their goal is. What do they do? You know, would they sit around with the help of friends, or would they take action to something and invest into their own business to potentially get a better outcome? What do they do? And the answer is every single fucking time, yes. You can do this for any objection. It works every single time. Do you think the version of John would just sit around and think about it? Or would he take the risk where there's no real risk because you're betting on yourself with this to get a better outcome? What would he do?
Yeah, you fucking find a way to make it happen. Yeah.
Every single time you'll get that latter response. And then you say, what do you want to do? Who do you want to be?
Okay, bet.
Who's going to end in the close? I'm telling you. So crash.
Yeah, bet, bro, bet. Alright, easy. Well, I got 3 sales calls lined up in 2 hours, bro. So I'm gonna get some food and then do a bit of service delivery in the meantime. But yeah, I appreciate that, bro. It's just annoying. I set decent meetings. I know it's setting good enough meetings to get deposits, bro. So I'm at least collecting payment, bro. It's better than not collecting any payment.
Well, bro, I mean, it means money, bro. You gotta be grateful for it.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Yeah, it's still not even that bad, bro. It's still not even that bad. Anyway, bro. No, I appreciate it, bro.
Yes, sir. Easy. Let's see.
Easy, bro.
Ramana, how are you doing?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good, man. Yeah, so yesterday I was just working on
Oh, no, you're breaking up.
But
You're breaking up, bro.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hold on. What's that?
Yeah.
Hear me?
You're still breaking up.
Hello?
Yeah, I think it's better now.
Yeah, so yesterday I was just working on, tweaking my scripts. Kiwa told me like I sent him some recordings. He told me, like my tonality, I need to be a little bit more aggressive. So it's kind of just like practicing and implementing those tips.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have 2 people booked. And then I booked 2 yesterday. Then for our house, like my parents have a contractor, so my mom just called him up. He's like, if you need this, let me know. So he's just like, I'll take a look into it. So I'm probably gonna call that guy today.
Why did your mom call him, not you?
No, my mom just sent him a message. I didn't have his number or anything. I was like, if you know anyone, you can give me their contact. But she just messaged him for me. But I'm gonna call him, say what I do and just kind of try and book him in and show him, because we've used that contractor for like 10 years, so he knows us well.
Easy sale then, man. It's such an easy sale.
Yeah.
Bro, that's a no-brainer. Yes.
Yep. So I'm gonna call him.
Meet him in person.
Today.
Meet him in person. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Because we've known him for like so long, so it shouldn't be hard to close him out.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest, bro. Just go kind of like for an in-person meeting. Just bring your laptop and just show him some results in person if you wanted to. Like I'll tell you, bro. In-person sales is so easy. I know it's a bit uncomfortable, but bro, that's gonna be the easiest sales you'll ever do. At least in my experience.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so.
and then sorry, you were saying something?
No, I was just saying that's what you gotta do, bro.
Yeah. And then I have one person booked for today, but I need to reschedule his thing. So he didn't reply to my message. He said he needed to reschedule to like a different time today, but so I'm just gonna call him up and ask.
Okay.
And I have one for tomorrow at like 6 p.m.
So how many calls are you getting per day?
How many calls am I doing per day? I'm doing like I think so. Yesterday, I sent like a small bit of SMS because GHL's been like tweaking on me for like the last 2 days. So it's like not really working. I was trying to figure out everything. And then I was working on one thing I was trying to work on is for Calendly, the SMS reminders. I'm trying to figure out a way to make that work. So I was looking into the webhooks and stuff.
Okay. Again,
Do
bro,
you know how
like
to set that up?
for reminders, don't even use Calendly, bro. Just use GoHighLevel, bro. It's so much easier and so much better, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
do you know how to set up SMS reminders on GoHighLevel?
Yeah, there's a video in school about it, bro.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, just give that a watch. But how many SMS are you sending out each day, bro?
SMS, so usually in the morning I send 750, and then when I come back from school I send like another 700 to California or like West Coast.
And you've been getting how many calls a day? Like sales calls booked?
Sales call booked. Honestly, not that much. I just booked 2 yesterday, but yesterday I only called like 10 people.
Okay. Why only 10?
And then I had to call like a shit ton of people today, like maybe like 20 people today I have to call, and then I have to send SMS again.
Why only 10 yesterday?
10, I was super busy yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. So like if you call 10 people, how many do you get booked? 2?
I booked 2.
Okay. Why only 2? What's the issue?
Yeah, so I sent you my recordings over. He said like one big factor like tonality. To be more aggressive, kind of like insist, not like push them to do something, but kind of like be firm, like support what I'm saying. And then also just my script in general. I was working on objections. Like for some reason, like sometimes with the objections, I didn't really know how to answer them, so that kind of like killed the conversation.
Okay. What kind of objections?
Some people would be like, what is it called? Like, are you a homeowner, or like, what are you trying to do? So like, or some people would be like,
That's a question.
are you gonna give me a job or not?
That's not an objection. That's a question.
Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah,
but just questions like those, like it was a little bit tricky to answer, but
well,
it's practice.
the way I handle those, and the way you should do as well, is just brush over them and be like, hey, I'm not a homeowner, but I can get you in contact with some. That being said,
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
How do you allow yourself not to be distracted from your goal? And I'm not talking about working less. I'm talking about your mind not being 100% focused on your goal.
Well, there's nothing that matters besides your goal. Like what else am I gonna do? Like, obviously, like you want to do fun stuff and you want to be able to like enjoy your life, but at the end of the day, before you go to sleep or whenever you're alone, like everything I think about personally is just, doing 7-figure months. Like there's nothing else I just think about when I'm alone. I don't really think about like dating girls, for example, because that's just like not my end goal. My end goal is always to like make 7-figure months, $5 million a month, right? So there's nothing that can distract me because that's just like so deeply rooted inside of me. You know what I mean? Like my life purpose is not to just fuck as many women as possible, for example, or do other things, or like travel the world. Obviously it is part of my goal and I want to see countries, but it's not my life purpose traveling the world. It's just like what I do for fun. You know what I mean? So it's just like really, you gotta kind of analyze yourself, like what matters to you, and just make that your life purpose.
Do you think there's anything real in our life?
Anything real?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Are we even here? Yes.
I mean, it feels pretty real if you slap yourself.
How do I constantly attach myself to myself in the lifeline that I'm living the life of my dreams? How do I constantly, I'm constantly aligned with that person?
Well, whenever you're free, just listen to your subliminals. So you don't even allow external things to come into your mind. Like you want to really, and I think I was talking to you about that earlier, like your mind is like a radio dish. Just limit the amount of inputs you get. Limit the amount of news you consume, the time you spend on social media, and just only listen to things, people, and media that allows you to like drive forward. Your subliminals.
So focus your whole life on this.
It's not your whole life, especially right now as you're in the growth stage, because eventually your mind kind of becomes solidified and you will do that naturally. So now you have to, like nowadays, I mean, bro, I'll scroll reels occasionally when I'm like taking a shit or something like that. You know, I'll just like, because why not, right? But especially if you're like in the starting stages, growth stages, like you can't allow that from distracting you. You know, like it's either everything or nothing at that point. You know.
How do you, so attaching yourself in that identity, acting like that identity, not letting yourself get away from that identity.
Yeah.
And that identity eventually is you.
Exactly. You have to kind of temporarily become an actor. You have to act like your future self.
And when you're doing low frequency things that you have to do, you completely detach yourself from that, and you're still the
Yeah,
identity.
exactly. You just detach yourself. For example, you know, I know sometimes
school,
parents,
dodging his parents,
right?
and shit like this. You just detach yourself.
It's like that's not me. You know, that's your old self. Because the person you're trying to be, he's not doing those things, right?
Yeah. What do you do in your free time?
You know, free time.
There's no free time.
I mean, bro, like, what do you consider free time? Like, right now, this is pretty free time.
As I told you, bro, like, so for example, like, I sleep around 7 hours a day. Okay, 6-7 hours a day. It's not human for me to work over like 14 hours a day. Like, most of my days are like 12, 13 hours. Like, after a point, like, your mind just stops fluctuating and like stops working. What do you do at this point?
What I have personally sometimes when I work for long periods of time and I'm at my desk.
Or especially like, for example, if you got like, it's because I'm in Greece. So I've got like calls at like 8, 9, 10 p.m. I got 3 calls in a row, and then I have like 2 more whatsoever, like at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. What do I do, like, to kind of relax my mind, but not detach myself from the identity and my goal?
What I have sometimes myself, when I work for long periods of time, I become a shallow breather. So my breaths become like very short and small. And I notice that sometimes, like, I kind of get dizzy sometimes when I just sit in a space for long periods of time. So when I realize that, I just get up and I just go for a walk for like 30 minutes, you know? And while I'm going on a walk, guess what? I'm listening to subliminals.
I think, because I had to go back to my hometown, right, since I left Miami since May, right? I think the one thing that kind of kept me focused and the one thing that kept me organized and the reason why I am where I am right now is because of journaling. Like, that's my mindset, is like, I'll be like, okay, this is what I want to do today. At the end of the day, I'm like, okay, this is what I did today. Okay, why didn't I do this? You know, like,
because you're putting your mind to the paper.
Yeah, it's like you're talking to somebody, but like it's yourself, right? So I mean, in my opinion, you're gonna give yourself the best advice. You know what you need to do. It's just you need to put it on paper to know what to do, right? You need to organize your thoughts.
Yeah, you'll be amazed what you can come up with if you just put everything on paper and you just think. Like, you'll be amazed what you're gonna do.
I think that's what I do in my free time, is like kind of like the low frequency days, I guess you can say. It's just journal and like mess around and make new systems. It's stuff that I find fun, you know, like I find fun building the business right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, I'd say
That's-
also runs are good. Go running like in the morning. That's kind of
Do something challenging that's rewarding, but
I already do that.
Now, let's move on to lead nurturing, okay? This is also one of the most overlooked parts out there. People get this wrong all the time, so let me put you on, okay? So, let's start here. Once you have the lead submitted their info, it's all about nurturing them and preparing them for the sale with your clients, right? This section of the course will teach you how. So, right when the lead submits their info, everyone should be getting a push notification, okay? So, that's what it looks like. You have a new lead, didn't book an appointment yet, whatever, name, whatever, you know, everything here. And so this is pretty cool, okay? So there's this new feature, or not a new feature, but there's this feature called Call Connect feature, where your client receives a phone call about new leads. So let me explain this. So it's pretty cool. You can enable that, and whenever you get a lead submission onto your form, right, the GoHighLevel sub-account will call your client's phone number, and if they answer, it's going to be like, hey, you have a new lead, press any key to connect. And if they press any key on the keypad, it's then going to dial the lead's phone number, and it's going to try to connect both of them on the line as well, which is pretty cool, right? So that kind of like, that gives them sort of the feeling that their phone is ringing, which is what they're longing for most of the time. Because one of the key, this is also some game here, one of the key things people want in local businesses anyway, and you'll hear this when you're in it, They say, I want to have my phone ring all the time. I want to have my phone ring more often. This is what it does, right? So it kind of like, it like makes them perceive your service as, hey, this guy's making my phone ring, which is very important, okay? So that's some game here for you, right? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. But on the lead side, depending if they're a self-schedule or not, we will be doing different things. So you can copy this workflow for yourself. So blue is self-schedule and purple is not schedule. Yes. So self-schedule, let's do this one first. Confirmation SMS, confirmation email, wait 10 minutes. Call from your client, introduction, okay? So you want to have your client call them, the lead, and just be like, hey, you know, I'll be the one meeting you on Thursday, whatever. If there's anything, just go ahead and let me know. I'm here to help you, whatever. 24 hours for a reminder, 4-hour reminder, takes an email, by the way, for those 3 things as well, 1-hour reminder, and 45 minutes before a call, all right? So before your client start driving to the client's location, or the prospect's location in this case, have them call them, right? So they don't just get there and then there's nobody home. And if they no-showed, we'll talk about what to do with them. Let's go here. So not scheduled. So you want to wait 2 minutes before you do anything, because if someone submits the form and same 10 seconds they get a call, it's going to look weird, right? It's going to look robotic. So wait 2 minutes. AI agent call. And this call, the aim of this call is to book an appointment and qualify them as well. Now, follow-up SMS. This is, by the way, if someone does not answer the phone, then you send an automated SMS, right away. Wait 10 minutes. AI agent tries to call again. Wait 2 hours. Again, if they don't answer, client calls from personal line, okay, and gets them booked in. Waits 10 minutes. Follow-up SMS, follow-up email, wait 12 hours, rinse and repeat for 3 days. And then if they don't answer within those 3 days, long-term nurture, okay? And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. Long-term nurture really is kind of like a sequence of SMS and emails to reactivate them. And by the way, if they no-showed, you put them back on here and you have the AI agent call them. Now, this is what the workflow looks like visualized. Day 1, you know, you call them a couple times. Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, right? And it goes all the way to day 30. And if they don't answer, you call them. You put them into this sequence pretty much, where it kind of they get calls and texts every couple of days and stuff, right? So that's what it looks like visualized. Okay. Now, and this just misaligned. Let's put it back here. Let's talk about scaling and reporting, okay? So most agency owners launch a client's ads and they don't track anything, all right? No bueno. So I'll show you now how to make data-driven decisions instead of relying on emotions and feelings. Like prefacing this, no much fancy imagery going on here. Just pay attention and understand that, you know, understand what I'm going to explain to you, okay? So the first things you need to understand is, which I can really teach you, is managing your emotions, all right? So example, launched your ads and no leads on the first day. Don't worry, just let it sit. Getting leads outside of the service area, unless all of them are like that, don't worry, just let it sit. Are you itching to change the ads or refresh them 2 days after launching? Don't. And before you can even think about changing anything, let regression to the mean do its thing, right? Now, if you don't know what this is, regression to the mean, right? It is a statistical phenomenon where extreme results tend to be followed by more average or worse results, simply because extreme outcomes are often partially due to chance, okay? And this is what it looks like, okay? So I'm gonna explain this to you real quick. So this axe here, or this axe right here, is time, right? And this is, let's say, money. Let's say this could be anything. This could be your income, this could be lead volume, this could be quality of leads, this can be anything, okay? And you'll see there's oscillations here. So it goes up and down every couple of days, right? Now, it is very important to not look at the data when it's up here and not look at it when it's up down here, because these points, they don't inherently mean anything and they don't determine whether your campaign is valid or not. What does determine if your campaign is good or not, or if your income is in KPI, or whatever it is the average between them. So this blue line in the middle, because it is in the exact middle of these ups and downs, right? And the mistake that most people do is they look at, like, whenever they're at the highest highs or the lowest lows, and then if they're down here, for example, they're gonna start changing their entire business model and stuff, and they're gonna do all this BS when in reality you wait a couple of days and then you're gonna be up here, right? And even here, like up here, when you're up here and you get all cocky and you're like, oh, I'm the best and stuff, like you can be doing that as well, because when it drops down here, then obviously you're kind of back, you know, back at kind of like square one. So that's why data and letting data do its thing over a couple of days, weeks, and months is good. Like I'm never going to be looking at data on a daily metric. I'm going to be looking at it on a weekly or monthly time frame. Very important, okay? So this is what a lot of people don't understand, and if you understand this, then it's going to really help you a lot with making good decisions, okay? So again, this usually takes a couple of days. Now, keep in mind, no matter how much you want to switch something up in the campaign, don't do it unless it logically makes sense. So if you can't do that, then I'll be honest, you shouldn't really be running a business, because business is all about managing yourself. Before you can manage yourself, you have to be managing your own emotions, because like it's so basic, it's so fundamental, you know? And the only scenario I would ever switch an ad off or on or whatever is, or take significant changes, is if it logically makes sense. For example, if an ad spent $150 but still hasn't gotten a lead. So this means even if I would have gotten 3 leads in a row tomorrow, it would still not be in KPI. So it makes sense for me to switch it off and try something else. And when you try to launch ads, check on them like once or twice a day to see the metrics, but don't sit there all day and have the tab like open like in your Google Chrome all day, just checking on it every 10 minutes, be like, oh, you know, like not a lead yet and stuff, like when is the first lead going to come in? Don't do that, because then you're literally going to prime yourself to make changes irrationally, okay? So just get busy with other stuff. And I like to track all the data in Google Sheets and look at it on a weekly view instead of a daily or even hourly view. Okay, well, this is ridiculous, hourly view. Widen your perspective. Unless you're spending 10K a day on ads, then it makes sense, but you will not do that anytime soon, for sure. Unless you are, then that's props to you, but most of you guys will not, okay? Then when you found winning ads and frameworks, you can scale them. Increase budget by 20% every week. To do that, winning ads produce at least sub $40 CPL consistently, okay? Also, don't share these metrics with your clients, because they will not understand them. They will just be kind of confused by this, okay? Share metrics that are easily understandable. Don't share CPM and CTR and all this BS. Like nobody gets that stuff unless you obviously, like us experts get that stuff, but clients don't get that, you know? Share a CPL, maybe CPA, cost per acquisition, that's it. And share that info over bi-weekly check-in calls every 2 weeks and give them updates over text as well. Okay, and the next section will explain how to do this the right way. CLV maxing, that's what I call it. Now, let's move on. CLV maxing, okay? So this is also a very important section, by the way. And this is going to really make sure that your business is sustainable long-term, because most agencies fail within the first year. So you must always be extending your timeline with your clients. So if they do not constantly have something to work towards, then they will churn. After launching and everything is set up, you can give them KPI targets to hit for closing, okay? You have to always keep constant communication, and this is why. You can produce mid results, but if they feel like you work hard for them and are in contact with them every single day, they will stick around, right? I had clients in the past where they stayed with me just because they liked me. So quick backstory. So I had clients in the past where, like, this is when I was starting out, I had genuinely bad results, but because I was in contact with them every single day, at some point we were even like sharing news with each other, like crazy. But they liked me so much as a person that they were too afraid to just tell me like, no, I don't want to do this anymore, right? Now, obviously, don't get your clients bad results. That's unethical, but still, that just means if you have like the principle stands, have good communication, right? Very important, all right? So, yeah. Now, most of your work is completed after the launch. So after that, it's all about maintenance and communication with the client and sales team. Now, you still need to keep them happy with other aspects as well. Introducing upsells are great for that, okay? And to make your client a lot of money, if you make your client a lot of money, like naturally, that's just a human bias. Like they want to return the favor and give you more money or give you referrals, okay? And this is what we call the value ladder, which I'll cover in a second. But referral programs are great. So, for example, you can tell your client, like for every other client you will refer me, I'll give you a free month of advertising, or I'll give you 20 free leads or something, you know? Or you can also say, I'll give you a 20% discount on the next month of advertising, you know? Might seem like a crazy offer, but think about it, it will make sense in the long run because it's going to be exponential at some point, you know? Now, let's talk about the value ladder. So you might have seen this. I think Russell Brunson came up with this. I'm pretty sure, or Hormozy. I think Russell Brunson. Don't quote me on that one. But the goal is to get your foot in the door with an offer that will make them money without a doubt, but won't sell off their needs. So, for example, here, this is the bait. That's what we call them, you know. And the more the value ladder goes on, the more expensive it gets, and the more value they get, obviously, you know. So more value for more money. Then you have front end, middle, back, and then this is the highest upside. This might be like an $18,000 website, for example, you know, or something crazy. And trust me, you can sell $18,000 websites. I've seen people do it. Trust me, I know people that do that still, till this day. So naturally, when they hit a ceiling with their current system, they will come back to you for the next solution. A company that does this very well is Apple. So I would argue Apple has perfected their value ladder. Like, their stuff is so good. So when you enter the ecosystem, you will stay a customer for pretty much ever. So it starts all when you buy an iPhone. You know, you might be an Android user when you come to them, and then you switch over. And they made this process so seamless. Like when I got my first iPhone, which was an iPhone 5S, like yeah, the transfer process was such a headache, but nowadays you can literally transfer all your data from an Android to an iPhone like so seamlessly. So you buy this. Now you're gonna use it for like a couple months, and then you're gonna start taking pictures, and your storage is gonna be full. So naturally you have to buy iCloud. I think it's 99 cents a month or $10 a month or something, right? So that's gonna be the first upsell, right? Then you might be going to the gym and you see people like wearing these cool earbuds that are wireless, AirPods. You might buy a pair of those, right? Cool. Then, because you only bought the base iPhone 16 or 17 and the smaller version, you'll be like, oh, the screen is so small. Let me buy an iPad. All right. Now the iPad is not really good for work, you know, it's good for like watching maybe movies, but and doing like some fun work. So you get a MacBook to work maybe on your business or your side project or whatever. And naturally with the MacBook, you need accessories, you know, so you're gonna be buying a mouse, AirTags, a keyboard, maybe an Apple Pencil for your iPad, all that stuff. Maybe the AirPod Maxes as well, you know. And then there's Apple TV. Now, this is sort of like a couple years down the line, you know. I never used Apple TV myself, I'm not too sure, but I know that's an upsell as well, you know. And then the master upsell might be like this, right? Now, I've never ever seen someone rock these before, to be honest, but they're making sales with them, so somebody's buying them. Or even the Mac Pro, like the big bulky computers that are like 10K each, you know, that could be their master upsell, or like an iMac, for example, you know. So Apple's perfected this, right? Where like the ecosystem is so well designed, and the way all devices kind of like seamlessly connect together, it makes the next purchase like the logical next step. So even though their products are kind of overpriced compared to other brands like Samsung, for example, it doesn't really matter, because like at some point they're going to like go through this pipeline anyway, sooner or later, you know? And the thing is, once they have you in the ecosystem, there's a very low chance of you leaving, because their stuff is so good. And the way, you know, everything hooks up with iCloud, and the way everything is tied to your Apple account and stuff, like it's so embedded that when you leave, you can't get your data anymore. You know, so like they perfected the system so well to a point where like they're gonna be around for the next hundreds of years, because they just simply have this thing so well developed. So moral of the story is design your company like Apple's and have upsells, and make sure that clients can never leave you, okay? So guys, this is the entire course, A to Z, right? If this information, if applied, I can guarantee you, have my word, is going to make you a fuck ton of money, okay? Can get you from 0 to 10K a month, from 10K to 50K, maybe even 100K, okay? So I hope you find some value. So the stuff that I built out here took me about 2 weeks, and I wish that I had this stuff when I started out. Like, I'm kid you not, if I had this stuff when I started, I probably would make already $1 million a month, like way more, you know? So I hope this helps. If you want my own one-on-one help with implementing all the stuff I just laid out, then you can scroll below this video. There's a link to apply to work with me one-on-one. To be honest, do it if you want or not. I don't really care. My main goal is just to provide a lot of value. So if you want help, obviously go ahead and do it. And if there's any questions, just go ahead and leave a comment below this video. I'm more than happy to help you out with that as well. Or if you need, you know, other help, then just go ahead and shoot me a text on Instagram. That being said, I have a few agency calls to get to right now, and I'm also going to be meeting up with a couple of my own mentees who are in Dubai with me as well. So we're going to be kind of doing some in-person coaching as well. So again, if you're interested in all that stuff, go ahead and apply below. That being said, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching, and let's make some bread. See ya.